All right. Today is Sunday, July 20th, 2025. And we're going to play something called Transparent Black. Which I think when the original translation was something like colorless black or something. I can't remember. But anyway. But I guess either one works. But yeah. This is a prequel, sequel. It's another game that's kind of connected to the game that I played last time, Confess My Love. You know, so that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, I clicked out of it. But yeah, this game. And like, confess my love, like this one. So it seems like the character in this game is the same character that you see over here with the freaking like :3 face, I guess, you know. And so, again, I don't know if it's like technically this came out 2016. I don't know. Maybe it was released somewhere else. So I'm not sure. I don't know if it's a sequel. Like, was this game made first and then the other one was made, or the other way around? I'm not sure, but I'm gonna try it out. A small quirk, by the way, is that if you buy a bundle, I think it is like there's a DLC, but the DLC you don't have to actually pay for. Apparently, I don't know, the translation's weird, but like it says, like, you know, let me change it to English. I was looking at the Chinese version. That's the original version anyway. But it says here, you can unlock the contents DLC by playing deep in the game for free. Not weird translation. What do you mean play deep in the game? Like how much of the game? But anyway, so if you pay for the bundle, it says 57 cents. Again, it's not expensive, by the way. This is like literally pennies. But I bought what happens is like I bought the original game first. You know, I bought this game already. I'm logged out, but I bought this game. And so if you want to buy the bundle though and get the DLC, even though it's supposed to be like this package thing, you end up having to pay more anyway. I mean, I guess, let me see. I don't know if I can dox it. I don't know. I'm hoping I'm not doxing anything. Let me go on my Steam here. Yeah, see? I think so. Hold on, let me see. Let me double check. So it says here you pay, yeah, because I already have this, so you pay 89 cents. So in total, it's $1 and what? What's 89 plus 9? I don't know. 98, right? $1.98? I think that's correct. $1.98. But then if you buy the bundle here, it's actually $1.71. So I'm paying like 10 cents more, you know, or something. It doesn't matter. But, you know, but now I don't want to pay for the bundle because I'm like, well, it's a waste of money. You know, it's like opportunity cost. Anyway. I guess it doesn't matter though. You don't have to buy the DLC. The DLC, I think it says here, it gives you extra stuff like OST and the hidden gallery. Anyway, I'm hesitant about this game though, however, is the fact that the translation is a little bit weird. I mean, there's a negative review here. Where is it? Someone made like a first impressions thing. And the biggest issue is the translation, right? So that's what I'm worried about. The Confess My Love game wasn't too bad. There was some dialogue here and there, right? Yeah. I remember it being all right. It wasn't, you know, a bad translation. So I'm hoping if it's the same person, it's like, it shouldn't be that bad, right? But then as I look deeper into it, and again, I haven't played the game yet, so maybe I shouldn't judge. And of course, there's like, I think one person that said like, where is it? It said like, yeah, this one says translation needs more work. Which one was the one? Yeah, it says here, yeah, this guy says like, oh, you know, people complain about translation, but it seemed to be fixed on the current version, you know, so I don't know. You can see, actually, it's kind of small, but it's like, you know, this guy says it's like 6 on the current version, right? So I wonder, is it fixed, or is this person just have low standards? Because I felt that before, where I play like a game that's obviously poorly translated, and then everybody loved it. And I feel like it's because people just don't have standards when it comes to English. They're like, I don't understand what's going on, but this is great. You know, this is great. You know, it's like, I don't know. because something I've noticed is that there are some changes. You see here, it's like the store page description says, "When the school is over, by sunset glow covered, 8 girls still hover, the ones without a lover." It's kind of weird. How come a girl suffers in such an ivory tower with feathers shown and shaven, rockishly quote the raven? Why is Edgar Allan Poe here? Why is there a poem? And so I looked the original description, and it's like, Google Translate, by the way. But this is like a lot simpler. So this one is, in the classroom after school in the evening, 8 girls didn't go home yet. So with a gloomy heart, what would be your final outcome? It's like that's more straightforward and definitely a more I don't know, kind of like a, how do we call it, like a tagline or something, or like a hook, I guess. It's kind of like, they didn't go home after school yet. What's going on? Which is more straightforward, right? It's a typical store game page or Steam store page game description. But this one is just weird. What do you mean ivory tower? And what do you mean without a lover? Does that have anything? Does that have anything to do with a plot? I don't know. Or without plot? I'm not sure. So it's like this is overly poetic for some reason, which already doesn't bode well, because I actually don't like overly flowery and poetic language in like visual novels and story games. But it's strange because this one's like, it's not really the original meaning anyway. It's like it's weirdly localized, where like the English translator is interpreting it in a completely different direction. And again, I'm not against localization. I feel like some people, online internet discussions where people like talk about like localization, translation, or sometimes they change too much and then it's like, oh, I don't like it, or whatever. Sometimes like censorship, I don't know. But for the most part, I don't mind localization though, if it's good, if it's like Phoenix Wright essentially, right? Or there's a ton of changes, but it makes sense, right? Because if there's like, for example, pop culture references in the original version, it makes sense if it's like in the English version, because you're not Japanese, so you don't understand any of the Japanese focus, references. So it makes sense when there's like a cultural divide and you need to, change some things so it makes sense in English. But this one is strange. So this one says here, this is like more about the game. And this is probably the worst offender, I gotta say. It says here, gorge your hatred. Let me zoom in. Gorge your hatred and embrace your rage. Sure. You can't play as a goat here, but at least there's a knife? What do you mean goat? Was this a reference to a goat? Do you mean Goat Simulator? Maybe? Goat Simulator, like that kind of satirical game that had like 3 sequels or something. Where is it? Is it on Steam? Open it on Steam. 2014. Crazy. This is like a silly, like, trendy, or not trendy, but like it was a satirical game that like kind of hopped on the trend of calling everything a simulator for some reason. And I swear, like a lot of these indie games, or a lot of the, well, I don't know, indie games, but like a lot of Steam games anyway, that especially streamers and content creators play, it has simulator in the name. They play it for some reason, and I tend not to like them because they all are kind of like a store asset, copy paste Unity assets that look very uninspired, I guess. They look all kind of the same, even though the mechanics are different, of course. Like drug simulator, drug dealer simulator, robber simulator, whatever, or like PC store builder, whatever simulator, everything simulator. They all kind of suck though, because they all look the same to me, so I don't like them. I don't know. I'm like very, like, for me it's kind of like, in terms of like video game hierarchy, like I focus on story, and then I focus on like game direction and design, and then do I care about mechanics, like thirdly. Like I rate mechanics ironically like low, even though it's video games that most people think of mechanics. Like I don't care about mechanics. Mechanics are there as a vehicle to portray the art and the cinematics and the story and the narrative. That's how I view it anyway. I'm weird like that, I guess. So even if there isn't a story, at least there should be like a unique like game direction and design, and art and stuff. But like all those simulator games are just all copy paste like story assets. It's supposed to be funny, I guess, but I don't get it. So anyway, that's just a ramble. Goat Simulator, I guess. But anyway, I'm assuming this is a reference to Goat Simulator. It's just a weird reference. This is very dated, is all I'm saying. Like, what do you mean Goat Simulator? I don't know. Such a weird reference, because this game has nothing to do with Goat Simulator, Anyway, So I looked at the original translation, original language. I'm assuming it's Chinese. I think it's Chinese. So you look over here, and then you freaking Google Translate basically, and you look at release your anger, vengeful hatred. Okay, it makes sense, right? That's a good translation. But then this one is like, well, killing is against the law, so just play the game, basically. And it's like, wait a minute, this is a completely different sentence, So again, the translator, I feel like, for this game is taking too much liberty, in terms of like interpreting the meaning. I don't know if I like it, right? Because I guess that's the downside of localization, is like if you put too much of a spin, it just becomes a completely different meaning, and it's not the intended direction the original author meant for it to take, I feel like, If that makes sense. It's like freaking jelly donuts in Pokemon, the infamous jelly donut scene in Pokemon. The Pokemon English dub, where they call like onigiri jelly donuts for some reason. Which, to be honest, I don't really remember. Oh, is it Brock? I remember it was like Team Rocket that said that, I swear. I don't know. Anyway, jelly-filled donuts. I spelled donuts wrong, by the way. Anyway, jelly-filled donuts. Really, they could just say rice balls, Rice balls? That's not like the weirdest thing in the world. Rice balls is like, I don't know, maybe back in the day, but like rice balls, if you say just rice balls, I think the typical English speaker would understand. It's not even that foreign, really. Just rice ball, It's, oh, okay, it's a ball of rice. Okay, it's a thing you eat. Anyway, but yeah, that's something I found strange, that very change. This one as well, I mean, this is just an omission of information, more so than a complete change, but it says here, P.S. Any reply to questions of sequel is not an official reply. Which I find kind of strange, because in the original translation is a little bit longer, actually. It's referencing LR Studio, which is the, studio, the developer, whatever. So it says here, the LR team is disappeared, which is to say, like, has disbanded, I'm assuming. And any responses to the question related to their previous works or sequels are unofficial, essentially. So that's what that means. But again, that's slightly different. Not the worst offender, that's just omission, I guess. Maybe the context has changed, possibly. Maybe the LR Studio is like not exactly LR Studio, but maybe the developer is like under a different name. I don't know, I'm not sure. Anyway. Also this one too. Yeah, I noticed this one too. It once won a first prize in the online event in China. Now this is jelly donut energy, where like they just assume that we're stupid, that we don't know, anything about Chinese game development, because this one is, again, much more detailed. This one says, like, it won the championship in the 1166 RPG, whatever, competition or whatever, I'm assuming some kind of indie game, kind of like Game Jam and Itch.io, but not Itch.io, of course, but some kind of indie game contest, right? And it's kind of like, again, obviously this translation is probably not correct exactly, but basically it's referring to an actual contest. Well, why not name it then? I don't know, just name the contest. It doesn't have to be a thing that everybody knows, just say what it is. Oh. Also, no advertising fees are charged. I don't know what that means exactly. That's different. But it's funny, it's like, it was one like first prize, some random event in China, who cares? Some people thought it was a good game, I guess. Weird. I don't know how like they're just downplaying themselves. I feel like that's a common thread, just to confess my love or whatever. As well, it said like, this game is quite boring, which is strange. At least in English, when you say your game is quite boring, that's a weird way to advertise it. That, it should be descriptive rather than a subjective opinion of your own game. When you say boring, that's subjective, at least in English. I think in the original translation, it's a similar thing where it does say boring, but you have to interpret it differently, though. I feel like, it's like, hold on, translate here and then translate here. Again, this is just machine translation, so not 100%. But just looking at the original meaning, it's kind of like it says here, right? Because the game is very boring, malicious, there are a lot of repetition, time wasting, right? So yeah, that's a little bit wordy. But instead of saying boring, it should be saying repetitive. It should say like, this game is a little bit repetitive. So be warned that you'll have to go through the main content in like over and over again, or whatever it is, right? You shouldn't say like it's quite boring. Boring is like, again, it's like saying something's bad. Right? That's the implication in English. Anyway, you should say like this game is quite repetitive, rather, not boring. Repetitive means like that's a little bit more descriptive to say that something repeats over and over again. It's not really something that implies whether it's good or bad, you know? Anyway, again, I don't know who the editor or the English translator is, personally. So no offense, but I do feel like, again, I see some hints of like a little bit too much creative freedom here. I think they posted here, right? Yeah, this guy, this person. Is it this one? Laramaz? Is it Laramaz? I thought it was a different person, actually. Because I swear there was a reply to the negative review here. Again, I'm looking through kind of like essentially drama a little bit. But I mean, you post things online, you know, it's like everyone sees it. But like, there's this one as well. Yeah, since I'm the translator, says this person. This is a translator. Apparently, why is there numbers? But also their name is DSPZZY for some reason. I don't know. Why is it 3 different names of translators? Is it different translators? Like a team of translators? I'm not sure. Anyway. But before I make my final judgment, though, I should probably just play the game, you know? Just figure out like whether it's good or bad. I don't know. Let's do that. It doesn't seem to be a very long game, so that's why I'm rambling in the beginning here. Just stalling for time, really, because I imagine it's going to be pretty short. But, I mean, who knows? I guess we'll see. Alright. Some water. Let's see, I'm just checking the volume as well. It seems alright. Yeah, okay. I think it seems alright. So let's begin the game. I guess I'll do a little introduction, maybe. Let's see. Hello, welcome to Transparent Black, a RPG Maker game developed by LR Studio, available on Steam. This game is actually in connection to their other game that I played, Confess My Love, or Confess Your Love, Confess My Love, something about confessing love. And that was an interesting little game. But this one, it seems like a little bit darker. So a little bit of content warning though. You know, this game is a horror game, so there may be some disturbing content. Viewer discretion is advised. Let's begin. There you go. See a little warning here. Blood and violence. If you're under 18, you know, probably don't play this game. I don't watch. Don't imitate the actions committed in this game. You know, don't blur the line between fiction and reality. You know, just because there's a bunch of people murdering each other doesn't mean you should copy them. I guess, you know. I swear, I feel like there's something here I could say about like social media and how like people get judged for like consuming like video games or any kind of content that's like taboo and stuff, but like, you know, well, the first thing I think of was Coffin, Andy, and Lily. You know, like how for some reason everyone's like very judgmental about that game. If you play it, you know, apparently you're a bad person, but like it's just the incest part, and like I don't know, it's like, I mean, for one, it's fictional, and also it's like just so overblown. Like, what do you mean? Just because you play video game doesn't mean you'll repeat everything in the video game, you know? And if you do, I don't know, it's kind of like, I feel like there's some problems there even before you play the video game, you know? It's not as if it's like makes you do bad things, you know, violent video games and all that, the moral panic surrounding that, which I feel like is still kind of a thing, but people, I don't know, younger generation, I feel like understands that it's like not one-to-one, and I think there were studies on that as well. Anyway, you know, as adults, we should have the critical thinking to understand that just because you see something that is morally reprehensible doesn't mean you should like do it in real life, you know? I don't know. Unless you're a child. I mean, to be fair, if you're like a child, you're very impressionable, so yeah, you shouldn't like maybe play super violent games, but I don't know. Anyway, actually I didn't want to continue because I wanted to actually put a little content warning on my channel. I'm gonna pin a little message, as I always do, because, you know, I'm just paranoid like that, I guess, you know? Because I say all that, but I do agree that, you know, you should, because if there is content that is disturbing, that is extreme, that is like, you know, morally taboo and all that, you do have to be careful, right? So, You have to have the maturity, you know, and usually be an adult to like understand that, yeah, it's fake, you know, it's not real. But that line, again, that line's being blurred though. I say that though, but that line's being blurred with AI, however. You know, like AI images and videos, even, you know, people just generate AI fake, you know, videos that look very real. Unless you're not looking, you know, unless you're like looking very deeply into what's going on. It's hard to tell, you know, if there's no context. Anyway, let's continue. Instructions. Wow. Moving around. Dash. Typical. RPG Maker controls. Zoom the window. Already did that. When the game when the game first opens, it's very small. Fast chat. You know, well, fast chat. I think you mean like fast forward or like, you know, what's the word? I guess fast forward. Fast forward dialogue, I guess. But I guess it couldn't fit. It could be like FF. I don't know. Anyway. There are no save points, multiple game rounds. I don't like that part. I mean, to be fair, in their previous game, Confess My Love, it's, you know, spoilers, is a time loop, so it makes sense, I guess. And there are checkpoints technically because the game saves itself after you get an ending. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. Usually I prefer save slots because it does save time, right? Just like the game, right? Just like Confess My Love, it would be a lot less repetitive and less boring, quote unquote, if it did have save points. You know? Anyway. Let's see. Activate graphic scene censorship. Okay, so I think, yeah, there's an option to turn off the gore. I like to say no. I don't know if it's a me side situation here, you know, MISIDE, me side. I played that game before and it had like an option that said like, you know, do you want censorship? You know, yes or no. And I was like, no. But then it turns out if I say no, that means you do get censorship. It's weird. I think they updated the meaning of that, you know, or rather the wording of that option later. But like when I initially played that game, I didn't realize that I actually chose to censor it. But I didn't want to censor it though. Whatever. So I'm not sure. Is it no or yes? I'm not sure. This is still confusing to me. Is activate censorship? I'm assuming no. But again, you know, the translation, I'm not sure. I'll say no. I'm hoping it doesn't skip the graphic cutscenes because I do want to see the graphic cutscenes because I'm a corpse party enjoyer. Okay? I want to see the gore. Okay? Anyway, a regular afternoon after class? Weird redundant there. I'm being pedantic now, but it's weird that you say after. Should be like, you know, a regular afternoon. Well, I don't know, actually. How would I mean, again, obviously at this point, I can't make any changes. You know, or the translator or the editor can't make any changes. But I guess I was just thinking, like, if I was translator, well, how would I change it? It'd be like, I mean, I guess it'd be, yeah, it's just a regular day after class. You know, you don't have to say afternoon because that's implied already, right? So a regular day after class, right? You should just say that. Because if it's after class, that it's already implying that's afternoon. You don't have to say afternoon already. Anyway. A regular classroom in the sunset it basks. A regular story of red, yellow, and blue. Of which merely one color can conclude. Okay, here we go again, the weird poetic thing. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like they're rhyming, they're trying to rhyme, I'm not sure. You know, you should say like a regular day after class, the evening sun, or the afternoon sun maybe, or like the late afternoon sun basks the classroom in orange colors or something, you know, something like that. It should be a little more descriptive, I feel like. I don't know. Instead of trying to make it rhyme or something. I don't know. Was it trying to rhyme? Maybe not, but it felt like it. It felt like song lyrics, you know? But anyway, we start. There's some items, maybe. No, actually no items. We are a anime girl, I'm assuming. A ribbon. It's funny, we go up and down. The sprite doesn't seem to change, so it looks like we're just moonwalking. Moonwalking. Alright, well, let's just look around. We have some hearts, like Legend of Zelda. Do we need a sword? Take this, you know? It's dangerous around here. Take this. Ba-na-na-na. And then we start like spin slashing. Now, your assignments aren't finished yet. You have to hurry or you'll be late for your part-time job. Oh, just like in the other game. There are reference books in the desk. You grope around for a moment and feel something fat and furry. What? You go back a scream. A quick look inside confirms your fears. There's a dead rodent and a pool of blood between the textbooks. That's just unsanitary. Ho 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 ho. You can hear the sounds of giggling all around you. I mean, what's this? Oh, so you haven't been kidnapped. It's later than usual. Did you get any overtime pay? So you didn't even earn yourself any. That's assuming you're not lying about it. Okay, is this a mom or dad? I don't know, I'm thinking like it's a parent, but I can't tell just from the hair. It's medium length. What the? A dead snake? For real? You sure it wasn't just a toy? Let's bring the subject to the table then and talk about it. So just bullying, right? Bring the subject to the table. It's kind of a weird sentence. The same as that time you had your clothes torn, huh? So yeah, typo there. Should be clothes, I feel like, not cloths. And you're just standing here crying? That costs them some serious money. Consider this. Why are they picking on you and not someone else? Yes, sort of like how you picked the worst time in my career. You've recently been returning home later and later without bringing any extra income. You're planning to run away, aren't you? Seriously, you did ever vote against your father? Okay, so it's father. Father. Now, is that the mouth or is that just a weird, like, I was wondering, is that like a weird neck decoration? I don't know. This guy's very low for a mouth, I feel like, but I guess it's the mouth. Okay, so it's, okay, that's a beard. Okay, it's hard to tell. That's a beard. Or like facial hair, I guess. I thought they were wearing a sweater, you know? I thought this was a sweater collar, and this is like a nice little neck decoration, you know, and then their face is over here. But no, I guess it's just a deadbeat dad. So that's the context, I guess. That's why she works a part-time job. Seems you don't realize who's using up the most. Dad, please stop beating my sister. Okay, who do we have a sister? I haven't done anything. You still have my books to read, right? Or you still have books to read, right? This has nothing to do with you. Or actually, no, the dad saying this? It's confusing who's talking. I haven't done anything. You still have books to read, right? This has nothing to do with you. Go back to your room, now. You... I'm not sure, that was weird. I don't know who's talking. Anyway, I lose a heart. I'm taking mental damage, I guess. There are textbooks gathered up and placed here. Extra papers. Pens in the pen holder. It's funny, it's like a different perspective. You know, confess your love, confess my love. It's from an isometric view. This one's just 2D. The classroom's pet plant. Their science has been moved before. Right, it really is the same classroom though. Yeah, look at the... Oh, close the door. The classroom's water dispenser. It's empty. The bulletin board. This has nothing to do with you. And go on the chalkboard? No? It says number 3. Oh, here you go. The date is written on the board, and yet it feels as if there won't be a tomorrow. Okay, so the context seems so far is that she's being bullied, I guess. Is it all women here? I thought we went to like a co-ed school though. And then maybe she's moved, but I mean this is the same classroom, however. I don't know, anyway. You would think if she's being bullied, it would be obvious, and, you know? And the fucking guy who had a crush on her would at least do something, you know? But then again, maybe he died before that, you know? Maybe he died before the whole bullying situation happened? I'm not sure. Possibly. The file cabinet. It's locked. The book cabinet. There are supplementary books and stationaries on it. Wow. Times are finished. You're not willing to get closer. Come on, just grab the rat. Put it in the garbage. A clean desk. A desk with some scratch papers on top of it. Scratch papers? I don't know what that means exactly. Maybe I was thinking, is that correct translation? Or maybe I'm just ignorant, because I don't know what a scratch paper is. Do they mean like, you know, sticky notes, maybe? I'm not sure. So the music is getting so dramatic. I was looking around. A tidy desk. I'm gonna stand in front of you, by the way. Some exercise books have been placed here pretentiously. Pretentiously? What do you mean pretentious? You mean neatly, I guess. Windows. The playground's outside. The dark sunset irradiates the inside of the classroom. Irradiates? Weird way to say that. Windows. Okay. I talk to my bullies. Hello. You remember that? That masterpiece, haha. Indeed. Someone's chatting happily, and they didn't even notice you. Ah, the prima donna's here. Are you wandering around to inform us of your arrival? We all know they have such great grades, but could you please tell us how you managed to do that while still being such a bitch? I'm curious about that too. Maybe our grades suck because we can't keep our minds on class where there's someone like her in the classroom. I understand that feeling. Do grades really make that much of a difference? This girl always looks so confident all day, every day. I don't know, when I look at the Confess My Love thing, she looks like she just have a colon 3 face, you know, the fucking cat face. You know, it's just XD so random. But what if it's all a facade? How can someone be so superficial and yet be such a schemer at the same time? Oh, that's the point. My bad. Exactly. Hee hee. So disgusting. That's right. She sees herself as being extraordinary somehow, being favored by these teachers who would never see her as a bitch she is. I find her disagreeable myself. So, again, very weird English sentence. Disagreeable? How come the best boy in class fell for such a... I cried about him for days. Someday that bitch is gonna get what she deserves. She deserves her retribution, doesn't she? I guess so. Okay, that implies the boy died, as I mentioned before. What's his name? I actually had forgotten. Sam or something? I don't know. It was very localized, remember. It was like, the English name was incredibly localized to be like a very English name. I swear. Because originally, yeah, her name was Elena or something like that, right? And then the guy's name was like or something. I can't remember exactly, but I think I'm getting that wrong. But anyway, so I guess apparently he was popular. If you're typical, by the way, typical anime harem protagonist, you know, he's like, I'm nothing special. I'm completely boring and bland. And it's like all the women love him for some reason. You know? How's that work? That makes no sense. At least from my experience in real life, I don't think that's usually the case. You know? Usually the most popular guy, well, usually in my head, I don't know, obviously I'm very much biased from my perspective, my POV, and so I probably can't really tell exactly what happened in high school and middle school, but I feel like the most popular guys are usually the ones that are very, like, charming, right? Very charismatic, ones that are, like, you know, positive, you know? And not going through, like, a emo goth phase, and like me, but anyway, usually those are the guys that are, like, popular, right? The ones that are, like, you know, just friendly, essentially. Though sometimes I feel like the friendly people, especially in high school, you know, might not always be the nicest people, because then they form some kind of clique, and then they, you know, are, like, kind of judgmental for people who don't get along with them. But anyway, there's some files on the desk. There's nothing useful here. Someone's watching the boys playing basketball out on the playground. They seem really engrossed with it. Okay. They're pretending that you're not or they're pretending that you are invincible, rather. How about we head home together? Keep away from her. What's wrong? Keep yourself away from that jinx. Pardon? Don't you know? He who fancied her became her sacrifice. Was it her fault? Who knows? She's been so indifferent about it. Maybe she wishes all of us were dead as well. Sounds a bit... It sounds a bit of an exaggeration. If you stay together with her, we won't play with you anymore. Oh, that's... Okay. Exclusion, because, you know, even though she's neutral, I guess, she doesn't want to be socially isolated, because she doesn't owe any loyalty to us, I guess. I'm assuming, okay, for some reason, the boys and girls are, like, being separated right now in this classroom. The boys are having gym class, I guess. I don't know. Look at these more. Look at more of these desks. The files on the desk. There's nothing useful. All of unfinished test papers. A desk with a word carved on it. What's the word? I don't know. Someone's copying another classmate's assignments casually. What are you doing here? Dusting me to death? Nice try. Seems that you were blissfully unaware of what you were doing then, or are you simply so shameless? I say you should just behave yourself. Splash! Look at her, literally head over heels. Not in love, but water. Be careful not to get yourself wet as well, girls. You deserve it. Oh, what's with that look in your eyes? So I guess you'll never say uncle. I've got her bag. You don't know how to share your wealth with your dearest classmates, do you? Oh, patches? Seriously? Is this for real? I mean, her clothes have actual patches. Well, you finished all the homework already? I bet the teacher will go mad when they found out you didn't touch it at all this time. Oh, you want it back? Nice try. You deserve this. Okay. Uh-huh. You know, I did mention in the past, I mean, I don't have first-hand experience, so I don't know, but like, I feel like female bullying is kind of worse, you know? In some ways. I feel like male, I mean, I feel like there is gender differences, you know, in terms of bullying. And I feel like for men, for boys anyway, it's more physical. Definitely you just get into fights, you know, at least from my experience. And for girls though, it's less fighting and more like just social like isolation, you know, more like just messing with you, you know, taking your homework, you know, just doing things where you can't prove that they did it because they just act all nice and innocent. And so they just mess with you, you know, over time. And I feel like, I mean, I imagine Asian cultures, because I watch a lot of anime and read a lot of manga, usually manga, where, you know, psychological horror manga, where it's often like in Asian cultures, it seems like that's usually the norm. You know, when you get bullied, it's more so underhanded tactics, you know, more so than overt bullying. Anyway, but someone's assignments were left on the desk. What do you mean? Also, I feel like I'm losing too many hearts, by the way. Maybe I shouldn't talk to these people, but like, I keep losing my hearts. Oh well. She's busy with her assignments. Let's not disturb her. Okay, well, she's the only one that doesn't fucking want to kill me, I guess. She's like, whatever, I'm just doing my work, whatever. What's up? These assignments won't finish themselves. Are you feeling alright? No. Then don't exhaust yourself. Okay. The monitor's desk. His notebook has been placed here. It contains the key to the cabinet. Interesting. Oh, I mean, that's just like in the other game, right? The desk with paper plane? Die! Oh, Shine! Clean desk. And his desk, I'm assuming. The person that died in the car accident, I'm assuming. Was it a truck or something? Isekai truck? Trash, just like this world. A cabinet. Decorations, all covered in dust. Various sundries. Okay, I'm just scared of talking to another person. I'm gonna lose another heart. But, okay. Ew. Someone is gobbling down cakes. Crumbles are falling everywhere. Oh, hi there. Would you like some cake? Just kidding. I'm not giving you any. You can't even afford it. I mean, you don't deserve it. Have you heard? About what? He died because he bought a cake for his crush. What? Can't be. Didn't you check the photo? The cake box is pretty recognizable. It is. I even heard that I love you was written on the cake. Makes me so angry. If he wasn't killed by that slut, he could have become we could have been lovey-dovey. Doesn't even feel compassion for him, nor his affection. Why can't it have been her who died? Exactly. Such a gentleman, he died because of this. Why is he so popular? You know, who cares? You know, it's funny because in the original game, it didn't seem like he was that much of a popular person in the first place, you know? He's like, again, self-insert protagonist that's very bland. And it's like, oh, I'm such a loser, but I like this girl. Or whatever, and that's it. Why is this sudden, like, plot reveal that apparently every woman in this school was thirsty for him? You know? I don't know. Anyway, this disgusting whore. I hope she's cursed to never be loved again. Okay. Oh, we lost in the heart. By the way, I want to point that out. Actually, curse to never love again. Unless there's another line later. That is like actually that's something I noticed on the store page. Actually, it says here, curse she will never be loved. Right? You see here, which I felt like was kind of weird because I noticed in the original translation, or rather original language, this means something else. I think. I think it does mean like I curse that she will never be loved or whatever, or hope she will never be loved. And this one says curse she will never. So this is weird, right? But why is it like that? So it seems like it has been changed. It has been edited. So, okay. So I'm hopeful actually. So far, not too bad. I mean, there's a few strange things, but it's not the worst, I feel like, actually. And so that line, I think has been changed as well to make it more sense, or to make it make more sense, to make it make more sense, make it make sense. Anyway, all right, man, I'm gonna lose all my hearts though, because I want to talk to this person next, the last person, and they're probably gonna be like, "You suck," and then I'm like, "Ooh," you know, mental damage, and then we die, I guess. But oh well. Someone is staring at their cell phone with a big smile on their face. They're surfing the school forums. They haven't seemed to notice you. You decide to leave her alone. Suddenly, they burst out in laughter. The cell phone drops from their hand onto the floor. You pick it up instinctively. The senior high girl? Senior high girl? I guess a senior high school girl, rather. Shoot in the motel, I guess. That's kind of blocked. But you're shocked by the photo on the phone. Or shot in front of the motel, rather. The cell phone is slapped from your hand. You suddenly feel a hot pain in your face. Who allowed you to touch my phone? Oh no, my phone's been filed. Now I have to consider buying a new one. What, Photoshop? I have no idea what you're talking about. AI generated? Nope. Fake news? What are you talking about? I heard that she has a late nighttime, or rather, she has a late night part-time job. Really? There's few work opportunities for high school students. Typo, I think. Upper should be AOPPOR. Or upper, yeah, opportunities, yeah. Bit of a typo there. Also interesting, well, Photoshop I think was used here for this CG, I'm assuming, because in the original game I imagine it is in Chinese. Anyway, indeed, it said that she lives in a poor family, so she has to take a work-study program. You mean she earned a tuition fee for this elite school? Oh, okay, so an elite school. Okay, now it makes more sense. It's a bourgeoisie school, huh? We're gonna eat the rich. Anyway, must be a big deal then. Her job, I mean. What is it? What is it? Please, it's too embarrassing to guess. There's nothing shameful about making a guess. If you say so. I think it's what people call compensated dating. What the? But she looks so pure. She's the angel for the men leaving the soap lands. That might be... seems kind of horrible to me. Compensated dating. Which is basically prostitution. Though it kind of blurs the line. Because I think, yeah, it is common in Japan. I don't know how common it is in China. I'm assuming it's similar culture. I don't know. But basically the idea, yeah, compensated dating is like you pay someone, usually like a younger, usually woman, to date you, right? Or whatever. And essentially is sex work. So I don't know if it goes, explicit or not. I guess it depends. Anyway. But broadly, it's supposed to not, involve any intercourse because it's kind of illegal, especially if it's a person very young. But anyway, enough. There's no reason to keep enduring this. In this world of black, there's nothing left to deter you. Uh-oh. I'd like to save the game, but there's no saving in this game. This game reminds... well, maybe I shouldn't mention it. I don't know. Anyway, all I'm saying is that in a school setting where the character is being bullied and now they've had enough, all I'm saying is that this was America. I feel like this is going to a particular direction. Now what, though? What do we do now? It's time to start finish, in the class doing this. Can I talk to my only friend here, by the way? Maybe? Busy for assignments. Are you okay? Your face is pale. Shall we all head home early? No? Oh, that's fine. You rummaged through it for a while, and you found correction tape. Oh, I guess some items now. The file cabinet. It's locked. Can't open that. Hee hee, haha. Not notice you? Anything in this trash can? Nothing else? We have correction tape. What's that even mean, to be honest? Frequently used to correct typos. Oh, it's whiteout, I guess, or whiteout tape? What do you call it, actually? I don't know. Exercise books. It's a mess. So what are we using whiteout tape for? Oh, you're taking the key from the notebook. Oh, okay, I can just take it. You know, in the previous game, there was a password, but this one you can just take it, I guess. In that case, let me open this up. Nothing special. Unlock the cabinet. Oh. You rummage through the drawer. You found a knife. Did our friend leave? Good. You know, good. Like, you know, don't come to school tomorrow. You know, you're cool. You flip through some of the pages subconsciously. A sketch slips out. Looks like Alice with broken wings. You put the drawing back. Is that your assignment? Anyway, close the door. You know, she doesn't need to see this. She doesn't need to see this. I mean, I can already guess what's gonna happen. I mean, that's the stream title, by the way, is Here I Go, oh boy, here I go stabbing again. So, I mean, the game does imply some stabbing. Hee. A sharp knife has been confiscated. It was locked away in order to prevent any accidents or injuries from occurring. Let's see. Well, I guess... correction tape. Can I correction tape the door? Okay, I don't know. That sounds like... I think I want to lock the door is the thing, right? The back door? It's locked. And look at this. Bulletin board, nothing to do with you. Clean desk. There's a comic book inside. Seems to be a story about magical girls. Maho Shoujo. How about his desk? Nothing in there? Like, obviously I want to use a knife, right? But, like, I'm thinking, like... oh, there's a vulgar novel inside. Take a look at the title page. Fix? I don't know what that means. Do you know that devils live among us? Sus. Devote to them your soul, and the devil grants your wishes. In order to save his younger sister from death, the older brother summoned the devil. You're starting to feel bored. You put the book by. You're not interested, I guess. There's a strange smoky scent coming from inside the desk. Something's inside. You pick up the scraps of paper. I wonder what that is. A desk with word carved into it. There's many books inside. Unfinished test papers. Some files. Pretentiously. I'm just checking all the desks because there's items now. Some of them. Check all of them, I guess. Yeah, I think... yeah. I think I looked at all of them, hopefully. So let's see. So there's some scrap paper, too damaged to read. May require more pieces of paper. It's still incomplete. Maybe some more pieces lying around. Okay, so I gotta find them, I guess. I don't know what the end goal here. I mean, you'd think we just start stabbing, right? But, I imagine if you start stabbing, they'll just run away. Go, ee, you know. You gotta make sure you finish the job, I guess. I don't know. You moved the flower pot, and you found the key to the front door under the flower pot. Oh, okay. I mean, probably... oh, I didn't even know. Yep. Key to the front door. Probably going to lock it. You've locked the door. Anyway, remember the warning the game said, like, you know, this work is a piece of fiction. Do not replicate, you know, anything that's happening in the game. Anyway, you know about that dead rat you put on my desk? Eh? Is that a knife? The bitch is playing tough. So you think you make someone shut up by waving a knife in their face? What are you gonna do, stab me? I don't think so. Die! You didn't help! Murder! How dare you get any closer, murder? Why are the doors locked? Help! Help! It's time to die. This is a horror game. You didn't realize that I'm the villain. You are the ring... Well, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I can't tell any of these girls apart, but I think you are the ringleader. You're the ringleader. It's been ruining my entire life this entire time. Die! I'm sorry for the... You're the one who's been ignoring me this whole time just so you don't get isolated by the other bullies. You didn't help me. It's time for you to die. It wasn't me. Actually, I don't know. Who? I don't know who's who. They're moving around too much. I really gotta, like, you know, I want to focus my rage here. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. You're the one that stole my homework, probably. I can't tell any of you apart, but I'm assuming you're that person. From the way you ran from, like, around, like, the middle corner and then back to, like, upper corner, I'm assuming you're the one that did that, so, like, die. I did my homework. It's my fault. I published your... I remember you used to, like, the phone one, the photoshopped it? I don't know. Anyway. And you spread all those rumors. Die. Huh? Finally, you. I don't know what you did, but you need to die too. I guess. I mean, who else? I mean, there's the girls that I'm imagining. There's the girls that, like, threw a bunch of water on her. There's the one that probably put the dead rodent. There's the one that, oh yeah, didn't share the cake. Yeah, you're the gluttonous one. You didn't share any cake. Motherfucker, your sentence is death. Help. Let them eat cake. Anyway, I killed all my classmates. It's fine. They deserve it, though. You know. Dead, all dead. Dark black world covered in red. So warm, so pleasing, so happy. I can see the angel smiling naively. Really, quite skilled on the knife, by the way, just one stab. Yet in such an inferno, in this bloody ritual, wasn't I the real devil? You know, it's funny, because I was gonna say, it's funny because the smile that she had on her face, very reminiscent to the other game. Anyway, red over black. I swear, this something similar like this did happen in Japan, I think. I think in elementary school though, but with less victims. I think, I don't know. It involved a girl, I think, with a box knife, and I think she killed someone. It's very fucked up. Yeah, but these things do happen. Anyway, we got an ending. Obviously, that's the violent ending. We just murdered the fuck out of everyone. Because they're freaking mean, you know? Mean... I don't know. I didn't mind it. I mean, I can see that. You know? Unless you've been, like, very, how do you say, privileged, I guess. I do feel like that is a typical experience in school. Well, not the murder part, but, you know, the bullying part. Where kids are quite psychopaths, you know? Like, and they make, like, little groups, little tribes. Even as adults, we still do that, I feel like. But anyway... You know, you make little groups and cliques and whatnot, and, like, you know, anyone that doesn't fit in, they're like, they get bullied because you're an outsider. You don't belong, you know, or whatever. Anyway, that was interesting. Obviously, there's more to explore. However, we don't have to kill everyone. I guess that doesn't have to be a thing. Probably there's more to do with like the items, maybe. Possibly like maybe leaving with our friend. I'm not sure. I guess we'll see. Real quick though, it's only been an hour, but like I want to take a really quick break, just a bathroom break, really. I don't know. I want to go to the washroom real quick. As I drink some water, I'm drinking some water right now. But I'll be right back in a few moments, and then we'll see what other types of endings we can get. Apparently, there's like 11 achievements, so maybe there's I don't know, it's 11 endings necessarily, but or 11 or 12 endings, but I guess we'll see. And obviously, we need to unlock the DLC too. Supposedly, there's definitely a bonus story we can unlock. Anyway, BRB. Alright. You know, I've just noticed that my speakers were on as well. I didn't notice that actually. The way I use it, the way I do it is like I kind of, I don't know what the word is. Like there's a stereo mix essentially with my audio interface where I relay the volume from the computer to my audio interface so it plays through the speakers and my headphones, I guess. I didn't realize the speakers were on. It's like the second time that happened. I didn't even notice. Hopefully there wasn't any echo. Because if it was, I'm gonna tear my hair out. Because, you know, just a small, like, minor thing just kind of ruins everything. But anyway, like a small, minor audio issue. Alright, let's go again. Skipping graphic cutscenes. I mean, no. Is he gonna ask that every single time, though? I don't know. Alright, we have to do this all over again, though. So very similar gameplay to Confess My Love, I guess. So let's see. So we start again. What happens if I... What if I just leave? Your assignments aren't finished yet. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me find my dead rat first. Go back a scream. It's a dead rat. Hee hee. And everybody laughs. Oh, so you haven't been kidnapped, I guess. Okay. So what happens if we just leave, I wonder? Can we leave? You're not gonna leave like this. Oh, okay. So we don't have an option to leave. Okay. I was wondering if there's an ending where we could just leave early. You're not willing to get closer to your desk. Okay. Well, let's talk to our friend instead. Hello. She's busy with her assignments. What's up? Do-do-do-do-do. Busy with your assignments? Are you feeling alright? No. Well, don't exhaust yourself. Are you feeling alright? Interesting. Okay, that's repeating now. So maybe we have to progress a little bit more before we get more dialogue with her. I don't know who our friend is, but I guess, let's see. So we just, do the thing again. Just talk to everybody. You know, apparently the main character is hot, you know, or attractive or whatever. At least that's what everyone seems to be saying, so all the women are jealous of her, I guess. Usually I feel like, I don't know, maybe it's different if you're a woman. I don't know, but usually you have pretty privilege, right? You know, usually if you're attractive or like conventionally pretty, then people are less likely to mess with you, you know? Otherwise, it's really only other pretty people that mess with you, I feel like, you know, because they see you as competition. Anyway. Can I talk to you again? Are you okay? Your face is pale. Shall we head home early? Are you okay? Buster Wolf! No? Oh, that's fine. Tell me, what's the problem? Something the matter? Forget them. I'm right here. I'll be here by your side no matter what happens. You look tired. Let's go home, alright? I'll be with you. Oh, don't worry about me. You should have thought more of yourself. Let's pack up and leave. Neko recently pushed out the new strawberry and sticky black rice dumpling. I've been planning to try it out with you. Okay. Well, time to hang over, bestie. Yay, you know? Normal ending. A long journey through grief and gloominess. With some company, you reach this final conclusion. Once again, your happiness shall be reclaimed. Learning how to smile again is like experiencing the satisfaction of watching the dominoes you set up fall. What does that mean? White with black. You know, she did mention, by the way, in the other game, Confess My Love, that she isn't into guys, you know? So, I mean, I don't know. Implied Yuri? I mean, oh, the achievement, by the way, is a lily. Hold on, can I show it? The achievement is a lily, by the way? I mean, come on. Also, why is this glitched here like that? Get out of here. Anyway, it's a lily, which, by the way, Yuri means lily. It's kind of like, well, I don't know what the word is, but it's a slang word, I guess. So it's not really like an official, you know, like official like dictionary word. But usually, Yuri means lily, and that kind of like, you know, has a double meaning, I guess. So, yeah. Anyway. Basically, she's gay. Okay? Basically, she's gay. Anyway. Alright, well, that's 2 endings. Well, now what? I mean, that's a nice ending. Too bad, like, we can't get that anymore, you know? Like, there's no other... You can't use that anymore, you know? You can't, like, get that conclusion and do something else. What else can we do, though? I mean, other than stabbing people, I guess. I'm not entirely sure. Alright. Well, I guess, okay, let's do the thing again. We have to get our hearts down, I'm assuming, once again. Because I feel like that's the only way to activate the progress. To, like, get items and all that. Otherwise, when I interact with all the desks and everything, I don't grab anything, you know? It happens. So, again, a little repetitive. But we're gonna have to go through all this. You know, it's funny, all the other NPCs, you know, they all have the same short hair, you know? Or the same hairstyle anyway. Oh, what's this? Then, did she do it like you said? Huh, she herself knows best. You think it's your business then? You think you're the righteous one then? Are you serious? Forget it. She's pretending to be busy for assignments. Leave them alone. I say you should just behave yourself. Okay, well, this part's the same. That's different though. That was different. I kind of skipped too quickly, so I didn't see the exactly when it changed, but basically our friend stood up for us, I guess. That's different. Okay, they're looking at the Photoshop. They're like, compensate dating. Oh, hey, why do you slap her for? Oh, I'm so sorry about that. They say make an apology superstitiously? What? Super what? Super it means acting in a way that suggests one is superior to others with an air of disdain and arrogance. Oh. It's a very weird word I've never seen before. That's like, is that a word? In a way that you're more arrogant. I don't know. I feel like you could just say like arrogantly, you know, or like you could also say facetiously, I guess. Facetious could also work, which just maybe means like sarcastic, I guess. But anyway, the same again apologies superciliously. I don't know how to pronounce that. Deliciously. Were you hurt? No. It's okay then. Got a part-time job, yada yada yada. Again, that's different. I wonder what activates that. Maybe because we got that Yuri ending. You know? Maybe that's why she speaks up more. I'm not entirely sure. How's that affect, like... How's that work, you know? How's that affect, like, later stuff? Somebody's gobbling out on cakes? Num num num. I love cake. And you don't get any. What are you talking about? Nothing special. She's rolling her eyes at you. She lowers her head and resumes eating her cakes. Same thing. Eat her cake. Busy with her assignments, best not disturb her. I feel like, yeah, if we continue talking to her though, I feel like we just end up the same ending. I don't know if I want that. I want a different outcome, you know? Honors this, contains the key, but I can't grab it yet. What's up? These assignments won't finish themselves. Are you feeling alright? Don't exhaust yourself. Okay, same thing. Alright, anything else actually? I have one more heart. Why? I forget. So you talk to everybody. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. Oh, yeah, and also, oh yeah, the rat thing maybe? Alright, yeah, because I didn't actually interact with my desk yet. That's why. I was wondering why I wasn't progressing. Hee hee ha ha ha. What was that? Nothing? Well, tell me if anything comes up. No news is good news. I'm going back to my assignments then. You know, that part is different. I don't know. Again, I'm assuming it's because we got the bestie ending, you know, the best friend ending first. Enough. There's no reason to keep enduring this. Are you okay, Busta Wolf? Face fell. Should we head home early? No, that's fine. Okay. Again, I feel like if we progress that, we'll just get the same ending. I don't want the same ending though. You're not gonna leave. Okay, we're not leaving. All right. Let's see. So I have to figure out like a different ending though. We can't just get like not a living soul around here. By the way, like I don't want to get like another, or rather the same ending. Like I don't want to stab everyone again. And I don't want to like go hang out with my friend again. I feel like because it'll just be the same ending. So I want to do something different though. So I guess we just look around. On the key. Can't lock the door yet. I was wondering, can I lock the door now? No. I guess not. Alright. Let's see, look around here. It's a mess. There's exercise books. Anything in the trash can? Nothing. Cabinet. Covered in dust. Sundries, nothing there. Okay, gotta look at the desk. One by one. Nothing there. Clean desk. Fashion magazines inside. There's something vulgar. It's just this. Put the book back. You're not interested in that. Okay, I gotta like, yeah, interact with stuff like multiple times, I feel like. Otherwise, I'm not gonna get the thing. Get the key. Anything else useful? Okay. Okay, a desk with a cup. This is a mess. Okay. Something's inside. You pick up scraps of paper. Smoky scent. Smoky wall, is it like brimstone? You know, is that the devil's contract or something? Is that what that means? Gonna make a contract with the devil? Is that what the game is implying? Many books inside. Okay, that's it. Unfinished test papers. The files, nothing useful. A lot of scratch papers. Nothing inside it. Clean desk. There's a comic book inside. Maho Shoujo. Nothing in the water dispenser. Pens. Paper. Textbooks. Correction tape. Okay, well, the thing is, I don't want to touch the knife cabinet yet, because I'm thinking it will just lead into the, you know, the murder ending again. And I don't want that yet. However, I'm not entirely sure how to get more. Because I have the scraps of paper, I have correction tape, I never got to use either of these. Oh, here you go. You try to stick the scraps of paper together? It's hard to arrange them all together. Made some more pieces lying around. Okay. I mean, you use the correction tape, I'm assuming they use scrap paper, but where do you get more scraps of paper? Back door, it's locked. It's a mess. It could be like the same as the last game, actually, where like you can't get more scraps of paper until you get more endings, you know? Maybe something like that. Talk to you? Nothing? Hee haha. Trying not to notice you. Staring at the phone. Devouring cakes happily. I don't know. I guess that's it. I don't know. Either I go home with her again or get the knife. I feel like there's no other option. I don't see any other interaction point around here. Windows. When you say Windows like that, it just makes me think of Windows 10 or something. Oh, hello, Michael Lee, by the way. I didn't see your comment. Is this a sequel to Confess My Love? Been a long time since you've seen it. About what it's about. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess it is a sequel. When I think about it, I guess it is a sequel. It's weird though, because the original game, Confess My Love, was released in 2017 or whatever, and this was released in 2016. So I'm not sure how that works exactly. But you know, in the timeline, I guess chronological timeline, I guess this is after. Spoilers. Which, I don't know. Oh, wait, it's actually... Oh, there's an inconspicuous leaf paper here. There's a lot written on it. Okay. Oh, I was going to say, it seems to be after the events of the other game, basically. There's a lot written on it. I got loose leaf paper. Okay. Well, I interacted with this like 5 times. Apparently the 6th time is when I'm able to get an item from it. Lyrics. Composer. Ruruhia. My dear, my doty at any momentarily, embrace me and take a good sleep. Was it demo or is it Itsumo demo? Something like that. Anyway, embrace me, take a good sleep, your innocent smile and weep. I would never make you a second flee, not forget everything about her. May she never remind you of her by the whispering voices of her. I will have her throat bended, for to have been adequated. Kind of weird rhyme. No one else is needed. I would only be one to satisfy you, the only one to detain you. Putting a silver shackle on your feet so you'll never commit that again. My dear Dodie, relief you're thirsty. Relief you're thirsty? That doesn't make any sense. Because thirsty is an adjective, not a noun or a verb. Anyway, by lying in my chest and enjoying my suckling, your innocent smile and weep, you will never again reach anywhere I can't see. Now abandon everything about her. If there's any threat from her, threatening to take you with her, I will kill her in my own hands, so it's time to surrender. I got achievement, by the way. I don't know what that means. Leave all of you into my hands. I will be the only one to raise you, the only one to prune you, tearing your wings and discarding them so you will never fly away again. For to have been adequated. No one else is needed. I will be the only one to satisfy you, the only one to detain you, putting a silver shackle on your feet so you never commit a death. Sometimes surrender, leave all you in hand, will be the only one to raise you, only one to prune you, tearing your wings and discarding them so you will never fly you again. Ugh. Okay. Weird song, but I'm assuming, I don't know, this implies something, which I don't know if it's true, but like, it implies that this song is about like isolating someone so that it belongs only to you, right? That she only belongs to you, I guess. And so pruning her wings or whatever, like she's an angel, but then you clip her wings so that she stays with you, so she doesn't fly away. I'm assuming that's what that means. It was in his desk though, so that's kind of strange. Now I'm suspicious. You know, I'm suspicious of her now, but anyway. Let me see. Let me look at that achievement, by the way, that I just got. I mean, it says here, I know his name. That's all that says. I know his name. Enough mourning, though. Not sure what that means exactly. I mean, was it written by the dude? Or not? I don't know. I can't tell. Because that's very, like, yandere-ish. You know, that's very yandere-ish lyrics. Unless the translation is a little bit off. I don't know. Anyway. Well, now what? And I'm like suspicious. I have to like keep interacting with something 100 million times to make sure. Anyway, if you didn't know, by the way, I don't know if you're just joining in, but like this game, yeah, it's kind of like a chronologically after what happens in the other game. But it's only loosely related, really. I mean, the focus this time is just this character, you know, the one with the bow tie, I guess, on her head. And apparently she's been bullied a lot, so. And it's very violent. Some of the endings are very violent, actually. Very gory. But I'm trying not to get that ending again, because I want to see something different. I'm trying to change the timeline here. Can I look at the chairs? No? It just interacts with the desk. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out like what else I can do around here. But I got the little song lyrics, but then that's kind of it. Alright. I'll just get the knife. Oh no, over here. And then our friend leaves. Oh know why I like kind of get stuck there for some reason. I'm headed to the bathroom. I'll be back soon. You rushed to the drawer and you found a knife. Great. Or pieces. Yeah, okay, you can't leave. You can't go to the bathroom with her. I don't know. I mean, after this, let's look around some more, maybe. We can look at this. We can look at this picture. For some reason, she draws of us, I'm assuming. Kind of weird. Anything else? Devouring cakes. Yada yada yada. Hee hee ha ha. Hee hee ha ha. Hee hee ha ha. I don't want to kill everyone again, but I might have to because I don't know how to progress. Windows, playgrounds outside. It is interesting though. In this run, it seems like the friend talks more. You know, I don't know her name, but like she has more dialogue, which is interesting. Different. But otherwise, I don't know what else I can do. Trash can. Not interested in that. Are you sure? 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 Okay. Useful. A smoky scent. Any books inside? Like I'm just re-interacting with everything just to be sure. But like I don't think there's anything. What else I can look at? I'm not sure. There's nothing else to look at. Little chairs, maybe. Like I can't interact with any of the other chairs, but just make sure. Interact with this chair, that chair. No. And use the knife to like scrape the rat out of your desk, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. Lock the door. I got a knife. Anyway, I'm just gonna run around with my knife. Hey guys, I'm just walking with my knife. I got a cool knife. Nothing weird about it. Okay, whatever. I don't know, here you go. Well, that's rare. You wanna make big news? You've been famous enough in the forum though. Come on, smile so I can take a photo. I have no other option, so... Die. Let's make this quick. I don't know what other option I can do, so I'm just gonna murder everyone. Unless I can leave? Can I just leave? No, I can't leave. I can't interact with that. Double kill. Triple kill. Monster kill. Something like that. How's it go? How does the kill streak go? Like monster kill and then what else? I don't know what the rest is, actually. I don't know. I just know he was insane or something. Well, that's different, by the way. We stabbed her in the stomach instead. Instead of like the whole like neck slice. Everyone's so squishy. Anyway, everyone's fucking dead. There's nothing useful here. Loaded corpse. Oh, interesting. Okay, oh, we can actually interact with the corpses. Disgusting corpse. You take the cell phone she was clutching in her hands. Ah, yes, give me that. Free cell phone! A revolting corpse. You found scraps of paper in the jacket pocket. Oh, there you go. Finally, some scraps of paper. Okay, I had to murder them. You know, I did have to murder them in order to progress. A Jane Doe corpse. Nothing special. A gloppy corpse. Gloppy? Is that a word? I don't know. I'm not familiar. Anyway, got a big smile on our face. So happy. 5 people versus 1. The knife-wielding girl wins, of course. We have yandere powers, you know? So I guess I say yandere. Technically, it's not yandere. Yandere means like, you know, it's a slang word that means like, yan means like sick or ill, and dere means like lovey-dovey, you know? At least, again, this is all slang terms, really. Not like like, you know, it's not like official dictionary meanings or anything. But, so yandere usually means like an anime girl that kills someone out of love, you know, usually. So she's not killing anyone out of love, I don't think. She's just killing because she's being bullied the whole time. She's freaking angry. So it's technically not yandere. There's another word for it, yangeri or whatever. But whatever. I prefer just saying yandere though, because it's just more common, you know? It's just classic, right? Classic knife-wielding anime girl with a big smile on her face. I didn't know the menu will change like that, actually. Anyway. Got a bloody knife. We got a scrap, another scrap of paper. A bloody cell phone. Okay, look at it. You try to turn on the cell phone, but it requires a lock screen password. Ah, damn it. I don't really know. Was there a code in the other game? I mean, I remember the code in the other game was for the notebook, but it changed every run, so there's not like a specific password. Okay, let's grab the... Let's try this. So let's grab the scrap paper. You try to arrange them all together, but still incomplete. Ah, there's more pieces? Really? More pieces. I imagine you can find the pieces. Unless... Are you blocking something? I don't know. I don't know. These corpses could be blocking like a thing I need to interact with. I don't know. Anything in here? No? Anything here? No? Anything here? No? Anything here? What about over here? Got some mess. It fills snack bags. Okay, now we can look at this, but it doesn't really do anything for us. You know, some of the desks were, I guess, were being covered by the other NPCs. We couldn't look into it, maybe. Fresh test papers. Nothing useful. Anything in here? You found a spitball inside the desk. A crumpled paper. Okay. No, shoujo. Okay, I just double checking. Alright. So, what about this crumpled paper? You flatten out the paper. Written on the paper is... Have you bought the hamster? Yes, but it's kind of cute. Too cute to kill. That's okay. Leave the rest to us. Okay, so the rat was actually a hamster. They what? It's fucked up. You know, I don't regret killing these bitches. You know, they bought a hamster from the pet store, killed it, and put it in our desk just to prank us. You kidding me? Okay. You knead into a ball again. That confirms that they were the ones that did the prank. I mean, it was obvious, but, you know, evidence, I guess. Not that matters, since we murdered everyone anyway. Poor hamster. Hamtaro. Hamtaro. Yeah. Anyway. Oh. Now what? I'm not sure. Step on some more blood. Make some more, like, little evidence. A little bloody footprint evidence. Review. Can't leave. I mean, I have to progress somehow. Always visible, but not a soul in sight. Unless this one corpse is blocking. I don't know, I'm not sure. Windows. Animation magazines. Unless I do have to figure out the password for the cell phone. What would that be, though? I'm not entirely sure what the password would be. You don't want to read it again. Door key. Can't really arrange them. Is there some kind of password? Who's the one of the cell phone? Nothing useful. Yeah, I'm gonna search it again. Oh, I got achievement. War trampling. I guess it's because I'm making a lot of footprints. Nothing special. Can't figure out what the password would be. Nothing to do with you. Empty. Or hamster. Scratch papers. Just gonna look at all the desks again because I have no idea what else to do. Maybe books. Her desk. Smoky desk. Snackback desk. Uninterested. Clean desk. That's it. Again, I'm hoping they're not blocking anything. I don't think so. Oh, you throw the spitball in the trash. Of course you have to do that. Of course, duh. Anyway, you throw the spitball into the trash can, and some scraps of paper fluttered out. You pick them up. Of course, duh. I say this incredulously, or incredulously. How do you say that? Incredulously. What's the word? I'm trying to remember the word. How do you say it? Incredulously. Anyway. I was just gonna say, like, of course you put the spitball into the trash can in order for the scraps of paper to flutter out and then you pick it up. You know? Of course, duh. Anyway. So I have 3 scraps of paper now. Is that enough? It's almost complete now. You tape the scraps of paper together. Hooray! So what is it like? Not all pieces are accounted for, however, you can just barely make out what's written. Written on the paper is this. I mean, it seems complete to me. So will you stick to your plan? I mean, all of you. You've got nothing to worry about. We don't like her anyway. Then make it quick and clean. Oh, there's something behind here. There are figures in the corner of the reverse side. It seems to be 2136. Interesting. That seems different from the actual number here, so I'm assuming, again, it's the same trick as the other game where it's different every run, maybe? Let me write that down, however. I'm assuming this is for the cell phone. Let me see. 2136. Okay. Alright. Finally, open the cell phone. Two, 1, 3, 6. Correct! Ding ding! It's the desktop. You search around a bit. It says here, Photoshop these and then publish them to forums and we'll have ourselves a deal. No problem, check this out. Check this out. I don't know, that's always a meme though, isn't it? Like, check this out, and then like a jump scare, like, loud noise, anyway. Or flashbang. Like, think fast, Choco Nuts. That's the meme. The scout from TF2 says, think fast, Choco Nuts, and then the video just flashbangs you. Anyway, this portrait. Uh-oh. Is that... You made this? Uh-huh. I guess you should say like you did this rather, or you made this. It should be like you did this. Anyway, it's okay. Whatever it is, I'll be here by your side. Those scum, they deserve it. Whatever you've done, I'll handle them. Don't worry about anything. Everything will be fine. I swear it. Ah yes, Toxic Yuri. Well, I don't know, I mean... Well, let's see, actually it's not... Okay, there you go. I was gonna say, like... She's the ringleader, right? Our friend is the ringleader. She's the one that... manipulated everyone to bully us. And so, the initial plan was to make her... You know, make us, rather, rely on her, right? So, you know, Toxic Yuri. I'm assuming that's why the game said, like, we recognize the portrait or the avatar. Because that's our friend doing that. And so we murdered everyone. And she's like, based, based, based! You know? Transparent black. Toxic Yuri. Turns out the Yuri was toxic. Congratulations! You've collected all 3 endings. Alright, oh, that was pretty short. Extra room unlocked. There you go. So I do wonder... Okay. Well, there's more to the game, though. There's a DLC, and I believe you get that if you get enough achievements. Like, I have the achievements as well. How does that work? Hold on, let me just start a game. No, let's skip the gore. Regular afternoon. So I'm assuming that's the initial game, if you just want to get, like, the general gist of it. I mean, so far, I don't know what the extra stuff's gonna be like, but, like, that's pretty good. I like it. Yeah, I mean, it has all the things I like, right? Like, murder, anime girl with a knife, and then blood on the anime girl, and then Toxic Yuri, you know? It's like, it has all the things I like. I don't know. Psychological horror, essentially, like that sort of thing, right? Where it's like, it's not about like a funny little monster going booga wooga wooga booga, you know, and then they scream at you because you didn't look at the cameras good enough or whatever, you know, Five Nights at Freddy's. But more so, it's like, you know, realistic, not like, I don't know what the word is. It's not like so real that it literally happened like in real life, but like it's reminiscent of something that could happen in reality, and you know, it can actually. And you know, kids have murdered each other in school before, but anyway, but you know, it's reminiscent of that, and like I like it when the horror is, you know, again, I don't know what the word is. I don't want to say realistic because I feel like that's not the right term for it, you know? But again, something that is grounded, I guess, you know, grounded horror, I guess, you know? Something that you could easily imagine that could be happening. I think that makes it a little bit more immersive for me, you know? Because I have a hard time sometimes when everything becomes like supernatural and like magic, you know, or stuff like that. It's kind of like, I get like a little bit out of it because it's like, you know, this is just not realistic, you know. I'm just taken out of it because it's like because it just gets a little bit too ridiculous, you know. But that doesn't mean I don't hate supernatural stuff. It's just that if it is supernatural, then it needs to be a little bit more. In other ways, it needs to feel like real, I guess, right? And that usually is through the dialogue or the story. Or like, even though it's a supernatural setting, the characters react in very human ways, you know? And that's kind of like the magic of like storytelling in general, right? If you're a good writer, you can make the characters feel like real people, right? And that's what fiction is. I mean, I'm going to go a whole rant here, I feel like, but like, you know, I feel like people they misunderstand what fiction is supposed to be. Fiction is supposed to make you feel things because your brain doesn't know the difference between fiction and reality, you know? At least, I guess your base level brain, I guess. I don't know, something about psychology and how like there's like the id and the ego and the super ego or something like that. I don't know. Like the id, right? The id doesn't tell, it can't tell the difference between what's happening on screen as real or fake. So that's why you have emotional reactions to things, even though it's like a movie or like a video game, you know, stuff like that. even though the emotion's real, but the situation's not. But either way, you feel the same way, right? And I feel like that's kind of like what you're trying to get at, right? That's what you're trying to like get, but through a way that isn't obviously harmful to anyone else. Is the idea. And that's what you're supposed to get out of fiction. Because otherwise, you know, I'm dead on the inside. I don't feel anything. Anyway, all right. Well, anyway, extra room. You know the extra room here? The back door. The game implies like an extra room, though. So how do I get to the extra room exactly? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I don't want to kill everyone again. I already did that. I did that 2 times already. Busy assignments. Does not disturb her. Oh yeah. I'm gonna look at the hamster again. Whoops. I mean to find the hamster again. Okay, this again. I don't know. Extra room. How do I activate the extra room? The game implies that, but I'm not sure if I can actually use it right now, or can I just leave? Is that like a thing? Can I just leave? Oh, here you go. Oh, there you go. I can just leave. Okay, I didn't realize that. I didn't realize you could just leave immediately. Because before you couldn't. No horseplay in the corridors. Or no horseplay in the corridors. What weird did I say that? I guess, you know, no monkeying around the halls, I feel like. More common to say. Or no horsing around. I don't know. What do teachers usually say, you know? Don't like, no horsing around in the halls, I guess. A neglected pet plant. There are cigarette butts inside the pots. Litter. Classroom's neglected pet plant. Edges of the leaves are a bit yellow. Oh, that's strange. Mirror. Okay, let's go over here. Oh, something over here. Seems to be a file with the game staff. Oh, just the credits. A-Cup, Amo. Special thanks to Gary Metrics. Laramas. Is that... Well, is that the English translator? Is that who it is? All they get is a special thanks, you know? Anyway. I was looking at the reflection. The reflection is weird, you know? It doesn't really reflect exactly. Maybe I'm asking too much for like an RPG Maker game, but like it just doesn't feel right. The reflection. Office trash can. Some unintelligible datum? Datum? What's datum? You mean like data, I guess? There's an exquisite notebook. Some character profiles. There you go. Heroine, senior, high, female, 15 years old. Top student, a meek and kind person. Gets a part-time job after school to support her family. Feels self-abasement for being different from classmates. She's used to enduring it. She held no special feelings for him, by the way. After he died in an accident after buying... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Can I... Try again. I have to kind of scroll down. But after he died in an accident after buying her cake, she began to be mentally broken down by classmates who blamed and bullied her for what had happened. And here's another one. Her friend. 15 years old, confusing and mysterious. She's always smiling, seems grim somehow. She's very assertive and thoughtful, generally considered as someone special. She has a good family, but plays the role of a dummy in classmates. Play the role of dummy? I guess she plays dumb, rather. You know, but she plays dumb in front of her classmates. Other students seem to fear her somehow. She's her only friend. She seeks justice for her plight before it's too late. But not really, I feel like, because she's the one that manipulated everyone. I don't know, maybe? I'm not sure. Possibly. I mean, that's probably what it is, right? Unless there's this weird thing where she's like a double agent, like a triple agent somehow, or like she wasn't initially manipulating everyone, but then she got into their friend group to manipulate them and then do something. I don't know. It seems like she's the ringleader, though. She's the person that actually got everyone together to bully her friend, but like as a way to get her closer to her, right? I guess. You know, this whole bullying thing. Oh, you know, this whole bullying does remind me of Takopi, by the way. Again, I mentioned it last time, but Takopi's original sin, which I gotta make sure there isn't any like you know, violent content on the Google Images. Okay. This anime, right? I read the manga, and the anime is releasing like currently right now. It's pretty good. I haven't watched the anime. I've seen some screenshots, and you know, people seem to like it, but it's very similar, right? It does, as I mentioned, it does have that supernatural element to it, but it does focus more so on the psychological, you know, horror and the thriller or whatever. What do you call it? Psychological thriller horror thing? I don't know. You know, bullying, right? Her being bullied and how does she handle that, and a little bit of toxic urine, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, very similar idea. It gets weird though, I gotta say. I mean, I don't want to spoil anything, but at the end of the manga, it gets weird. Maybe the anime is different, but like, or you know, maybe the anime, the story changes, but like in the manga anyway, it gets kind of weird by the end. You know, it gets a little bit too abstract. But anyway, but I like the story for what it was. Anyway, non-existent hero, by the way, male, 15 years old, at the time of his death, introverted as a result, is definitely not good with girls. But yeah, he's popular. I don't get it. He's not good with girls, but yeah, he's popular with girls. Comes from a rich family and is a generous, very decent person. Perhaps too decent? A typical male harem protagonist. He's surprisingly popular among girls, but didn't know he was regarded as the most handsome boy in class. He fell for her, but felt that he wasn't good enough for her. Died in a car accident while planning confession to her involving a cake. Kiku. Anyway, who cares about that guy? He gets in the way of Yuri. Anyway, gonna talk to these creatures. What are these creatures? An unidentified mysterious animal in the shape of a cat's head. Is an easygoing expression. Unidentified mysterious animal. It looks like a rabbit's head and has a pair of 2 long ears. It's punching around. Typo. You just thought it is bouncing around. What? Typo? What do you mean typo? Typo already... Well, the game already has a few typos, but then the game is calling out its own typo somehow? Anyway. UMA, I guess? Hello there. I'm the author of the game. Oh. Considering the body I'm in, you may call me Bunny Dumpling. This here is Kitten Dumpling. I'm the author as Mel. You can ignore her. You don't get it? Never mind, I wasn't talking to you anyway. I was talking to the one behind you. The one watching the screen, just Monica. No, thank you very much for beating this game. So how did you feel after all this? I liked it. Happy? Well, affirmative. I had a good time brandishing your sword at the people you hate. Better not get addicted to it, though. After all, life is so precious. Don't ruin your career over an unworthy cause, please. Don't murder people. If you're unlucky to meet those sort of people, seek some help instead of keeping silent. Don't try to bear all of the pain by yourself. You won't make it. I hope that we all can become a warm-hearted and strong-minded human beings. Though a certain someone felt quite warm and fuzzy while drawing the killing animations. Super pleasant. I love murder. I love killing. She felt regret as soon as she dropped her pen. I felt somewhat nauseous after finishing. To be honest, I've never been bullied, so I'm pretty worried whether I present the story well enough or not. How about I make some experiences with you? No thanks. This game was originally developed to participate in the Opuscule? It's kind of a weird translation there. Unless that is how you're supposed to translate it. What is Opuscule? Small. Okay, it just means small, bro. Opuscule. It just means small. You know, it's just say it's small. You don't have to say opuscule. Anyway. Poor guy, love so unrequited that he ended up in a limbo RPG Maker game about him trying to confess his love, only for him to find out after getting all things that he's dead. Yeah. Well, spoilers, by the way. Spoilers! You know, what if someone randomly found this VOD and they're like, they didn't play the other game, you know? Oh, well, too late. Anyway, Opuscule competition theme Frenzy in the 66 RPG forum. It was finished in quite a hurry. It turned out to be not as short as originally expected. I stayed up all night, 3 days in a row. I could have died or something. Don't stay up too late. Too much, young man. The competition was postponed for a week, and if it had been, I would have made it in time. I was cutting it close. And we postponed the project as well to relax a little once we heard about the news. At first, we were going to write several endings for a girl on the campus bullying scenario, but then we came across a game we had previously developed that then it became a game like this. You could say this is a sequel to that story, but I will say it's not if you do. Yeah, it's weird. Like, it's kind of a sequel, but not really. We originally designed so the boy was the heroine's boyfriend, but soon decided it would be his unrequited love instead. That way the heroine would be bullied severely. So pathetic. It's all your fault, young man. Anyway, be careful not to paint someone else's heart black. Otherwise, he or she will paint it red with your blood. Just kidding. Thank you to my roommates for not having killed me. However, think about it. How nice it is to have a friend who's got your back, who supports you and brings you warmth whenever bad things come to pass. Let alone those who are pulling the strings. I mean, that about supporting, not stabbing. Be careful with friends regardless. Anyway, the game slot has concluded. Thank you for your patience. Thanks a lot. Kitten Dumpling and Bunny Dumpling love you. There's some notes on the office table, so feel free to browse if you're interested. I guess I already read it though. Bouncing around. Okay, there you go. Those are the main authors of the game. Oh, don't stay up too often in order to avoid a sudden death. Okay. The leg and right leg must be different from each other, even in a pure black character image. Oh, okay, that is something that you pay attention to, I guess. Yandere? What's that? I don't understand. See, I told you, it's basically Yandere. I mean, when you think about it, the main character is not Yandere. It's the friend that's Yandere, you know? It's our friend that, like, really, really wants us to be super dependable on her. and not do anything else. There's nothing on this page. Copy that. Still happy making games. Dry blood drops on paper. Confess my love? What's that? Parallel world? We try to create a sense of suffocation by omitting punctuations in the prologue. The English editor had a hard time coming to terms of this. What? Okay. Interesting. The MP3 sound, or MP3 for the sound effect of stepping in blood, has a sticky quality that we felt good about. Method used to create character image for the front bar, copy it, cut in half, split over, paste, and done. We decided you can't go back to classroom once you're here, so right after the massacre, or we decided that you can't go back to the classroom once you're here, right after the massacre. No reason now. We could place a letter paper in the boy's desk, but that's useless. There should be a clock in front of the classroom, but it's just awkward, so we're lazy. Okay, there was a clock in the other game, but we didn't do that. We didn't do that. Bright blood, yandere. Oh, bow to the gray for the advertising pictures. I guess for a promotion art, I guess. The extra room was constructed by tiles using the main section of the game. Well, I guess so. Okay. As a tradition, there should be a devil taking charge of this event. But was there actually one this time, huh? I don't know. Her friend always picks the perfect time to leave for the toilet. I guess so. And thanks to some other people and the others for reporting bugs. Don't stay up late. It's okay to talk to Bunny Dumpling more often? No, it's just bouncing around. You already talked to them twice. Originally, the heroine could choose to return home or to commit suicide, but that's not frenzied, and it's a troubling topic to depict, you know, despite all the murder. I guess their contest was, their, like, topic, I guess, was, like, you know, frenzy or rage, I'm assuming, right? So that's why they had to do something involving anger, I guess. So that's why. It's kind of like, yeah, kind of like a Itch.io game jam, right? So you had to make your game under, like, a particular topic. MP3... Suffocation. Oh, the escape speed of the scummy students was so fast that the author grew tired of them. It's pretty slow now. Okay. Reporting bugs. Oh, it ought to be sunny outside the windows, but we would like to make vague references. So it's like heat haze days then. Heat haze days? Why is that capital? Heat haze days? You mean this one? Is it like Kagero days, I guess? Which is like, I think, I'm not sure actually. Is it this one or is it something else? Anyway, it was like part of like a animated series based on Hatsune Miku songs, I feel like, you know? Or was it Hatsune Miku or something like that? I'm not sure. Apparently the anime wasn't very good though, but anyway. Kind of like Black Rock Shooter, you know? But the song is great, but like the actual anime wasn't that great. I don't know. The stranger sound effect was recorded by Aimo herself. The one giggling and crying, I mean. Oh, okay. Aimo. Is it the person behind me? This one? The author? Oh, the only difference between the heroine's character image and her friends is the long hair and then with the knives. Okay. Again, I mean, these are just random notes, it seems like. It's like randomly generated notes. The heroine's so pathetic that the author even thought about aborting this project. Character's always all black. Well, we thought about other murder methods too, but the knife is so handsome, so decisive, so frenzied. What? Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, well, I think I've seen everything. I'm assuming. Oh, here we go. At long last, the hero and her friend lived happily ever after. Long live lesbians. Okay. Well, that just makes it on the nose. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, I don't want to stand here and like look at everything, every single note, just to see like if I missed something, but yeah, I'm assuming that's it. Anything else? What about this one? Pens, just pens, and then character profiles. And we already saw these. Alright. I guess that's it. At least for the original game, anyway. But again, there's still a bit more. I believe if you, according to the description, it says if you... Maybe it has something to do with this mirror, I don't know. But it says like if you, get all the achievements, then you can unlock an extra scenario, which is basically DLC. Kagero Days is a great time loop tragedy. Really? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I don't know much about it other than the songs. I think it's related to the songs, right? Or some kind of song thing. I like the one with the evil villain, where like a guy gets possessed by a snake or something, or something like that. That one song, like he makes a crazy expression. Anyway. Let's see. So I don't know. I mean, again, like, I don't know what the achievements are exactly. I guess I should look at a guide, but I mean, the game's kind of short. But at the same time, I don't want to like, you know, take too long. But let me see. Let me look at the achievements. Well, let me just look at the achievements to see like the hints. Let's see. So there's shortcut. Not to make the way out since you ever made. I don't know what that means. That was a hard time. You had a choice or not. My name is Metrix. Just pretend he was here to control you. UCCU. Countdown as well as down count? What? Those weird sentences that make no sense. And Balderdash. Top secret. Huh. I don't know what any of this means. Also here, where that's a lot of DPS for some reason. What is that? What does the footprint have to do with DPS? That makes no sense to me. I wonder what these achievements are in the original language because I feel like it would be more useful. You had a choice, not at all. I wonder if this means like if you just kill everyone like really quickly. Is that what that means? I'm not sure. You know what? Yeah, I'm probably just gonna look at a guide because I don't understand any of these achievements really. But yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna look at the guide. Let's see. Where's the guide? I mean, I did all the main things, so now for anything extra and obscure, you know, I'm just gonna look at how other people have done it. Oh, this one's quite formatted nicely. Okay, here you go. So it says here, kill everyone without running or stepping on any of the corpses. Don't run or step on any... What was that? The picture. Huh. So that's how you get, like... Wait. Okay, so this one is... That was a hard time. So approach the girl at the window and wait 20 seconds without killing her. I guess. Does it have to be the one at the window, or it could just be anyone? I'm not sure. My name is Metrics. I don't know what that means exactly. What do you mean my name is Metrics? I swear it's a reference to something, I guess. But, make per capita land occupation a little bit bigger? What do you mean? What are these weird achievement names that make no sense? Hold on, is there like a Chinese one? Here. So... It's kind of looks a bit small. But I was gonna save this. Go back to Google Translate. And then just do this. What does it say? So... What if the number of active blocks in the same screen cannot exceed 100? Okay. So, by the way, it's weird. The English version of the translation is so weird because it says something about DPS, right? So it says here like, you know, well that's a lot of damage per second or whatever, right? This one. But like in the translation, it's more so like, what if the number of tiles, you know, cannot exceed 100, right? Something like that. That's what they mean, right? The number of like footprint sprites, what if it's too much, right? That's the original meaning, and yet somehow it changed the damage per second. I swear, the translations for the achievements are really bad. I wonder if it was like early machine translation, you know, and like the English editor didn't actually look into it, because they're kind of hard to understand if you don't have the original translation, I feel like. Anyway, all right. Well, let's look at this one, actually. I mean, this one is just... Okay, let's look... This one's a little bit more vague, which is nice. I just want hints. I don't want, like... Interesting. So it has to be... It says here it has to be the girl by the window. Interesting. Alright, okay, well, let's do that, I guess. Let's do those two things. At least. So I guess we have to go through everything again, though. Oh, I'm gonna do that. But that's the idea. We gotta like... We have to hesitate is the idea. You know, hesitate to kill someone. And I guess, I don't know, all the guides say it has to be a girl by the window. I don't want to take any chances because I don't want to like have to redo everything all over again to get that achievement, so I'll probably just follow the instructions directly. I feel like it shouldn't matter because, you know, hesitating to kill should just be like the default achievement, I feel like. That's the idea. I guess maybe it's because the girl by the window maybe is like the only one that hasn't done anything directly to you, you know? Everyone's like super rude and mean to you and some prank you, you know? But the one by the window, she's very neutral, I guess. She doesn't help you, but she, you know, but she only is not... Or rather, she's not helping you only because she herself doesn't want to get bullied, right? Otherwise, she doesn't do anything directly to you. So by all accounts, you know, he, I feel like, doesn't deserve to die. But oh well. Everyone else, though, I mean, to varying levels, I guess. I mean, the girls that killed the hamster, though, you know? Who did that? That one deserves death, but anyway. Like, why would you do that? Oh yeah, talk to you. Oh yeah, I stand in front of you. Oh, you move away, okay. Turns out you can move away. I wonder, can I go... No, I can leave. I can leave when I have no more hearts left. It's normal, I guess. Okay, let's just grab the knife. I'm just gonna quickly grab the knife. Of course, she leaves as soon as we grab it. I'm going to the bathroom. I found a knife. Now, does it matter if I run before I start slaughtering everybody, or... I don't know. So where'd she go? Where's the bathroom? Can I go visit her in the bathroom? You know, that's what girls do, right? Just hang out in the bathroom all day. I don't know, anyway. Alright. So, two things. Oh, I need the... Where's the key? Oh yeah, the plant. Oh, I keep accidentally leaving. Nope. There you go. Swing! Alright, so once we start the slaughter, first, we need to talk to the girl at the window. But what are you doing? I didn't do anything to you. Please leave me alone. It's true, I feel like. Like, she's the only one that I feel bad about. Because, you know? It's like the bystander effect. She didn't technically do anything. But, you know? It's kind of like Star Wars, you know? If you're not with me, then you're against me! Ah! Okay, so I did get an achievement, by the way. There you go. So the other achievement is... not hard. So basically, okay, so don't run. You're not allowed to run. And you can't touch the corpses. Oh, it's kind of hard. Let's see. I'm gonna do this. It's my fault I... Boop. So don't run. Stab you. Help! Boop. So I guess I have to make sure to step away as soon as I kill them. Don't touch the other corpse. Ew, don't get close. I don't know what triggers like touching the corpse or not. I'm assuming you get like within one tile of them, I guess. That kind of sucks though, because I can't. Because if they run away, I can't corner them because they might touch the corpses. Okay, what about you? Oh, come on. Stop running. You know, this is how it truly feels to be like a, you know, like a murderer, like a horror movie. You know, you have to walk everywhere. It's annoying. Stop it. Ah! You know, like a horror movie or like a horror game, really. RPG Maker really are like the villain that just like walks everywhere and everyone's just trying to juke you. Oh, come on. I'm scared of touching the corpse. Again, the achievement is null if you touch the corpse, I'm assuming. You can't step over them. I guess. I'm scared of like getting even one tile of them, one tile close. But this is hard though. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. There you go. Alright. You're the last one. It's time for you to die. Here is Johnny. Ta-da! I got the thing. It says, my name is Metrics. Well, I still don't get why that is the case, but anyway. Am I done? You unlock the door. La 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 la. Can I go to the office room? Hey, what's up, guys? Oh, actually, the other person left. It's bouncing around. Oh, it's you again. Kitty Dumpling says she has something to deal with. Wait, why are you covered in blood? We just killed the developer real quick. Don't worry about it. Even though you created this world, I simply destroy God. Looks like strawberry and black glutinous rice dumpling. Mmm, delicious. And smells like one too. Yeah, just like our friend, you know, she wanted to like check out the new dumplings. Slow moving, but always catching them anyway, just like Jason Voorhees. Yeah, just like was it Friday Friday the 13th? Character profiles. I see. Okay. Anyway. Oh, what's this? Oh, she came back. Was it you who did this? Is it gonna be same ending? It's okay. Whatever it is, I'll be by your side. They deserved it. Including the developer of this game. They also deserve to get murdered. What have you done? I'll handle it. I'll cover it up. I guess somehow. How did she do that? You know, I'll simply hide all the bodies. Jesse! You know, we need to get We need to dissolve the bodies. You know, like in Breaking Bad. Yeah, was it hydrochloride or something? I don't know. I don't know what the chemical was. Hydroxide, hydroxide, chloride or something? Or is that just bleach? I don't know. Anyway, same ending though. Slightly different outcome, or not outcome, but rather slightly different theme, you know, where I sliced the developer in half, but other than that, I guess that's it. Oh, I did get an achievement though. I said I got shortcut. Huh, that's what it says. Shortcut. Again, very confusing English descriptions of the achievements. So for example, this one, I feel like... Hold on, is this... No, okay, it's already translated here. So what's this? What if I just copy this? And then machine translate. Ironically, she's using it. You have a lot of ideas. Come and learn to cook from me. I guess. That's different. Why is it... Yeah, again, the English translation is so weird for the achievements. Kind of makes no sense. Anyway. I don't know what this is. No special feeling. There's no special feeling. So strange. Like this one says, I know his name, but then the translation is there's no special feeling. I mean, the idea is that, again, like this is in reference to the protagonist in the other game. And so it makes sense, right? She doesn't feel anything because she doesn't know him. Oh, after killing the rabbit in the secret room, check the blood. Ah, oh, damn it, I didn't do that. I missed that. I missed out on that opportunity. I should have done that. So what's that in reference to? It's UCCU. What? No, it's this. It's love, true love. Love, true love. Apparently, it's the original term. I feel like the hint here will probably be a little bit more revealing. I don't know if it matters at this point, but let me just see. I'm just curious what it says. It would say, who first came up with the idea of hiding notes in food? Ah, see? That makes him make more sense, actually. Yeah, okay, that would be a good hint, because it'd be like, wait a minute, food? And you're like, the rice dumplings? And so therefore you look at the dumpling multiple times? That makes sense. Why is it, again, I keep questioning this multiple times, but like, why is it like weird like that? The English translation, you know? Anyway, what else am I missing? So I'm missing, again, I need to look at the dead developer's body multiple times. There's also what's that one? This one, I guess. There's also this one, by the way. I actually knew about this because I looked at the Steam discussions. I think someone did mention something about like you needing a copy of the game, of the other game that they made, which is good because I think I already have that, so I have this ready. But let me do that last. Let's check this one. What's this one? It says here, you should bring some necessary items to the secret room and check the trash can. Okay, well, this is a really weird translation. I wonder what it says. So I'm assuming this is the secret, or not the secret, but rather the one of the last achievements you can get. I wonder what it is. So it says here, it should have been burned long ago. Prequel, no kidding. Okay, I don't know. Again, translation is not exact, but okay. Well, hold on. Let me go back to these guides. Let's look at the other guide. This may be a little bit more revealing to what I'm supposed to do. So it says here, check your desk, talk to your classmates, get the key, find a knife, find the door key, lock the door, kill everyone, interact twice with the rightmost desk on the first one, get crumpled paper, get the correction tape, and then leave, and then interact with the trash can. Oh, okay, interesting. So basically, you gotta get the crumpled paper. Get the crumpled paper, and normally you would throw the crumpled paper into the trash can in the classroom itself, but if you go to the office instead and throw it, I guess that would be different maybe. Now it says here, because normally I would need to use the crumpled paper in order to throw it away. Maybe you don't have to do that for this one? Let me double check. Well, it says here, like, you don't have to, though. It just says, get the crumpled paper and then check the trash can and then you get scrap it. I mean, that's how I did it initially, was to interact with the paper. And then we crumple it back up and then throw it away. But I guess we don't have to do that. Anyway, I mean, let's see. Okay, so 2 more achievements to get, other than the secret, you know, save file thing. I guess we'll see what happens. It happens. I don't know. I keep saying. By the way, this is a small thing, but I'm in the habit of saying things in a weird. I don't know what you call it. Like doing it in a weird tone, like let's grab a knife or something like that. I don't know why I keep doing that. Well, I know why, rather, because I'm recently I really got into like fitness influencer videos, you know, essentially, because I've been exercising more, you know, getting to like a good weight and everything. And so YouTube has recommended me like freaking, you know, the classics, right? Like Jeff Nippard, you know, he's a very like big YouTube channel about like exercising and you know, and things like that. I mean, bodybuilding basically, but like, you know, for beginners like me. Which, not to say that I'm going to be a bodybuilder necessarily, it's just for the average person, you know, it's just like bodybuilding is probably like on a casual basis, probably a very good idea to stay healthy and all that, right? Especially in my old age. But because of that, you know, I watch other types of fitness influencers because, you know, it gets recommended on YouTube. You know, the freaking Renaissance Periodization is a good one. Though I don't, not to get controversial though, but I don't like his, well, I don't love his alternate channel because that's when he talks more about his political views and I don't agree with him with all the, on all his points, but anyway, that's just whatever, who cares? You know, who cares about my opinion? But anyway, but also like other stuff, like there's a channel I've been watching recently. I'm just kind of rambling, hold on, let me like actually like do stuff while I ramble, but like, you know, there's another channel called Will Tennyson, I guess. Again, all these like super mega like famous YouTube influencers, by the way. You know, but they're all in the kind of like the bodybuilding industry and everything, right? But I end up watching them because they're kind of entertaining. So, and a thing that Mr. Will Tennyson always does, he always goes. Like, for some reason, a lot of his videos, you know, it's like, I don't know how to describe it, but like, sometimes he cuts away, and then it's like, well, time to, you know, time to eat some cake, you know, or something like that. Like, he goes like, time to eat some cake, you know, or like, it's time for leg day, you know, he always does that for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's a reference to something, or it's just a quirk he does, but like, now it's caught on to me. Every time, like, I sometimes end my sentences like that. I don't know why. I hate it, but also like I can't stop. I don't know, he just says it in like a funny way. That's the point, you know, he's just saying it in a funny way. I don't know, I can't describe it as well very well. I'm horrible at describing things, but like, you know, he just says it. He just says certain words in a goofy way. And often it's when he cuts away in the video, it like cuts it to something else, and it's like he just says it's funny. And you know, now I can't stop myself from doing it. Anyway, that's all just to say that I've been watching like fitness videos on YouTube. A lot of scams though, to be honest. I mean, it's better these days, I feel like, but still, I mean, especially on like TikTok and stuff and Instagram, I feel like there's still a lot of like, in my opinion anyway, a lot of like frauds though, you know, like a lot of people who are like a little bit too much on the, you know, too much of the, you know, I'm selling snake oil type stuff, you know, or like you could also get these gains. You can also be like 10 times muscular if you take my supplement, you know, or whatever, but the supplement doesn't do anything though. Or like it's just caffeine or something, I don't know. You know? That's how I feel like anyway. You gotta be careful. That's why I prefer like content creators like Jeff Nippard. You know, I'm Jeffing my Nippard. Because it's more science-based, you know, more evidence-based. Basically, it's for nerds, you know. Well, it's not for nerds, but like it's very nerdy, I guess. which I like though. I like the nerdy side. I never was into exercise and all that, you know? Because usually, at least when I was younger, you know, it's more like a sports kind of thing, you know? And I'm a freaking nerd, you know? I don't do sports. Ew, you get all sweaty. Disgusting. But then if you frame it in my older age, if you frame it in more of a way like it's more about health, you know, and like building muscle is actually good because when you grow old, you tend to lose that muscle, right? Just naturally as you age. So you got to make sure to build that muscle early so that when you know your muscles kind of shrink, you know, you get to keep most of it. You know, if you're like active and like healthy and all that, it's a good way to just have more, or rather a better quality of life as you grow older. Because people complain all the time, right? If they sit around all the time, their back hurts and stuff like that. I actually want to avoid that, you know? That's why I really got into exercising, at least in the past few years. You know, I've always a little bit into fitness, a little bit, but not too much, like years ago. But like most recently, you know, I've been I don't know, just inspired by like those kind of YouTube content creators, like, you know, like Jeff Nippard and stuff like that, to really just train properly, right? Doing the exercises properly, like, you know, overload progression, you know, exercising close to failure, that kind of thing, consistency, diet, you know, that sort of thing, which I feel like maybe I should have been learning like 10 years ago, but whatever. You know, but not doing it just so I can just be like a super massive Hulk monster, but more so just to stay healthy, right? That's the point, really. If you frame it like just that, then I'm more inclined. Because I don't really like the whole like gym bro culture though. We're like, bro, let's lift, you know? Do you even lift, you know? Which I do find a little funny, you know, sometimes. It's like, you know, because you're like super positive and everything, but like at the same time, that's not usually my go-to, you know? I'm more of like a freaking nerd, you know? So if you frame it as like a nerdy thing, then I'm more likely to like enjoy it. But anyway, it's cool too. I don't know, I'm rambling by the way, but about exercising, I guess. But like, it's cool to me anyway. Again, I'm like a complete newbie, but like, it's cool to me because when you are consistent with it, I mean, people have always been saying this, but I just never believed them, I guess. But like, when you are consistent with exercise and all that, then you actually do see like your body actually change. So it's like you really are just leveling up in real life, you know, like a video game, right? You treat it like a video game, and it's kind of fun that way, right? You actually like put in the effort and you grind experience points, and like you actually, at least in the beginning anyway, you get a lot of gains. You know, it's actually if you've never actually picked up a weight in your life. Sorry, I'm just kind of like rambling. What am I doing? I'm kind of like, I need the key, right? I need a key. Anyway, I was gonna say, like, if you never actually lifted before as a complete beginner, it's actually very easy for you, at least relatively anyway, to gain a lot of muscle, actually, for the most part, right? Because your body adapts really quickly. And so it's kind of like that when you level up in the beginning of like an MMO, you know? Like you level 1, then level 2, level 3, like da-da-da-da, 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 you know? It's kind of fun when you can like literally increase your strength in real life. Not just like a stat point in a video game, you can just do it in real life. And it's like, wow, that's cool. Anyway, not that I'm like, again, I'm not like a super like hardcore bodybuilder or anything. I just have like some adjustable dumbbells that I bought, and like a bench was kind of shitty, like a cheap bench, but like it works. I wish I have a barbell, but like I can't, you know, fit it in my living space. So anyway, all right. So what are we doing? Okay, we get a knife. All right, we have a knife, and then we need to get the 2 achievements. One achievement is, you know, after murdering everybody, we go and grab the, or rather, go kill the developer, you know, essentially. But you also need to get some crumpled paper, which I think, well, you can only get it after you kill everyone, right? So we have to kill everyone anyway, right? But let me make sure though. So we have to grab all the items. So just make sure we have all the items. Is there anything here? No scratch papers. So okay, let me double check though. Let me look at the guide. Double check. So to get this one, so get a door key, get a cabinet key, and get the crumpled paper and correction tape. Yeah, we gotta get the correction tape as well. I don't know if we need any of the scrap paper, or rather the scraps of paper. But I guess we should get the correction tape. Is it this one? There you go, correction tape. And then we also need the crumpled paper, but we can only get that after we slaughter everyone again. You know, it turns out we have to keep doing this. Whoops. Otherwise there's so much murder. It really the stream title actually makes sense. You know, sometimes I wonder because I predict because I sometimes I don't play these games. I don't know how the story is going to end up. So the stream title sometimes doesn't make any sense, but it does totally make sense for this game because it really is like here I go stabbing again. It's funny though because I think the game kind of expects you to do that because every time I grab the knife and I talk to somebody, they have different dialogue, which is interesting. So this is the Photoshop girl, right? This is the window girl. I forget which one you are exactly. You're the one doing the assignment. You're copying and pasting someone else's assignment, but you're the one that stole my homework, right? You stole my homework, and you're the girls that kind of like did the whole hamster prank, I guess. And you're the one that's just kind of greedy, I guess. You're just eating a bunch of cake and you're not sharing. I don't know. Anyway. Whatever, I'll just start with you. A knife? How fierce. So that last lesson wasn't enough for you. Yeah, it wasn't. It's time for you to die. Boom. Yeah, murder! Yeah. Okay, whatever. La 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 la. Well, now I can run. I don't need that achievement anymore, so I'm just gonna kill everyone. Whee! No, stomach stab, POV, you're in Britain, And you're getting shanked. What are you gonna do? Stab me? And then I stab you. Okay, get back here. Get back here. I said get back here. Okay. And I was thinking, like, was it all stomach stabs? Like, in animation, maybe it's always the same animation? Because I swear, okay, it looks like you're stabbing the neck sometimes and stabbing the stomach sometimes, Anyway, let's grab that crumpled paper. Got some crumpled paper. I guess that's it, right? So let me just double check real quick. It says here, you need to, get the key, get a knife, get a door key, lock the door, kill everyone, get the crumpled paper, get the correction tape, and then leave through the door and enter the second room. Assuming that's what I need to do. Look at her smile, Anyway. What the? Hey! A pool of red liquid. The distinct scent of blood is not present. In its place is a fragrance of food. Huh. Strange. It's gone. Wait a minute. That means I might have lost the chance to get the thing. I didn't realize it was to interact with the... That kind of sucks. I think that's fine though. I think you still unlock the DLC if you do 11 out of 12 achievements, but it just kind of sucks because I missed the chance to get the extra achievement there. Oh well. Anyway. Let's put the thing over here. You find shredded paper at the bottom. Try to put them together with correction tape. I get a poster. What was it? A torn advertisement for a non-existent third-rate game. Oh, okay. I can't even look at it. I'm assuming it's like a project that they tried to make, developers, but they end up didn't making it, I guess. The canceled game, I'm assuming. I guess that's it. Well, then Can I not, like, revive, the developer and then kill them again so I can get the achievement? Because I killed them, but I didn't, like, get the, the thing. Which sucks. No, actually, it says here... Hold on. Well, let me go through the... Oh, man. Well, it says here, like... On the guide, it says, get the key, get the knife, enter the room, step on the blood, pool of blood, interact with several times. and then you get the achievement. Okay, so maybe I can still maybe I can still get the achievement. It just says like it doesn't mention like me murdering the developer. I think it just says like you can actually get it after interacting with the pool of blood multiple times. I didn't realize you could do. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Gonna do this all over again. But I mean, let me see. Can I just leave immediately? Actually. I mean, there you go. There's the pool of blood. Actually, okay. Can I just interact in the pool of blood like 100 million times? So, pool of red liquid. The sting sand blood is not present. It's a fragrance of food. A pool of red liquid. The sand blood is not present. It's a fragrance of food. Pool of red liquid. The sand blood is not present. It's a fragrance of food. Red liquid. Blah 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 blah. Do I really have to do this like several times? Oh, there's a small note. There you go. Oh my god. What? Really? That's so misleading. It's such a how do you say? It's such a obfuscated. Anyway, it's very hidden, basically, is what I'm trying to say. It's a very hidden Easter egg. So how am I supposed to know that I'm supposed to interact with something, especially when it repeats the dialogue in the same way multiple times? You just assume in most video games that means like, oh, okay, there's nothing else to interact with. But nah, every single time. In every RPG Maker or like indie game, you know, I always get tricked by that. I never really think to like interact with an object more than maybe even 2 times in a row. And when I see like dialogue repeat, you know, like typical gamer would think like that's it, right? There's nothing else to do with it, but no. Anyway, so there's a note in there. It says, Lord M says, "What a pity that I missed the whole event." And Devil H says, "The ears alone are very delicious." Okay, a Lord M and Devil H? I don't know what that means exactly. Is it the devils that were mentioned in the other game, maybe? Possibly. But I guess the some devils, I guess, came in and just ate the corpse. They're like, delicious. Okay. So that's why there was a reference to like devils, I guess. It's just a very small reference to them. For some reason, I guess. Apparently in the developers, there's like a running gag, I guess, with demons, you know? They're like kind of like alluded to, but like we never really see them. At least not that often anyway. Obviously there was a reference to it and that's a little bit more obvious in the other game, but this one we don't really see any demons or anything. I guess that's it. Let's exit. Back to the title. Okay. I guess one more thing we can do. We have almost all the achievements. There's one more hidden achievement though. And I guess it involves like manipulating game files. Let me just see real quick. I mean, this is the English guide. What's the other one? So this one as well. What was the original translation here? It just says this, right? So, or rather, did it say that? That's not the same thing. Hold on, I just want to see what it translates to get an idea what it's supposed to say. It says, "Please, it's impossible." Okay. Because in the obviously in the English translation of the achievements, there's actually it's just like doesn't make any sense, you know. I swear the English translation of the achievements are just wrong, you know. Someone needs to fix that. Anyway, so it says here, okay, so it requires the complete save file of Confess My Love. Yada yada yada. Be aware that you must beat Confess My Love once again after unlocking all 20 endings. Make the shadow guy appear again. Flying of Hydrix, top metrics, choose lead to make the game close itself. Oh, okay. No. Okay, I understand. So this, I mean, this is what I did already, right? This is basically to say that you also need to go to the bonus room, right? Right after you actually get all the endings, there's actually another. You have to press new game again, and then you get more dialogue with the you know, the devils, essentially. Spoilers. But yeah, so after doing that, you need to copy the system RV data to, and then put it in the system folder, and then restart. And check the shadow at the rightmost of the third row. All right, hold on. Just to be sure I don't like dox myself somehow, accidentally. Browse files, find the system. Which one was it? System RV data. Oh, it's funny. It's the data that I changed to backup because I wanted to make sure not to like, because that's the thing, right? It's funny. It's devious. Good thing I am smart, but it's devious because to get one of the achievements of Confess My Love is to delete this data so that you get an achievement, right? To restart the save file. I didn't do that. I simply changed the file name so that the game doesn't, you know, so that the game doesn't, how do you say, like, read it rather, it doesn't recognize it. So it's basically the same thing as if deleting it, but you have a backup just in case. And so I still have it. I didn't delete it. This is why you make a backup, everybody. Always make a backup. That's what they teach you in like IT, I guess. Even though I didn't go to IT school or anything. I think I did the Google IT program, and it was kind of, I didn't really absorb all of it. Really, it was just there's like a few quizzes, but like it wasn't really, you know, it doesn't really test you, you know, the same way as like a real like course. I feel like. Anyway. That's what they teach you. You always need to save data in like 3 locations, essentially. You want one on location, and then you want one, you want a copy of like you're using, and you want a copy that's on location as a backup, and then you also want another copy off location as well, is the idea. Anyway. So go in here, we're in black, and I guess we have to replace it, so paste it here. I think this is the correct one, right? So in that case, we have to... Hold on. Okay. I'll make that a backup, and then do that. Change it to this. I don't know, for some reason I want to put it BAK. BAK for some reason, I don't know why, but like that's often the sample, you know, or sample file. You always call it BAK for some reason, not BACK. I don't know why, but whenever someone like makes a backup, they always name it BAK. I don't know if it's standard. It's just what I always do. Anyway, so after doing that, you have to restart. So let's restart. Close the game, and then reopen it. I'm assuming that's what you need to do, right? Start the game. And then hopefully, there you go. See, there's a shadow here, which is really just the protagonist of the Confess My Love. Hi, what's up? You're a ghost? You're a spooky ghost? Oh, and they're gone. That's it, I guess. Okay, yeah. Small little Easter egg, I guess. It's just a little thing to show you, hey, it's a reference to the other game that you played. Haha! And then they just go away. And that's all. Anything else? Anything special? Nothing else in this desk? Other than the lyrics, I guess, that we got before, but otherwise, that's it, right? Okay, there you go. That's all the achievements. There's no way. You thought it could bring someone back or what? I guess. I mean, that makes sense, but I'm just thinking again, the original translation was probably something else, right? I think the original translation is like, you know, no, it's impossible or something. Anyway. So I got all that. Now what? I don't know. Supposedly, if you get all the achievements, you will get access to the DLC, right? I'm not sure. think it involves... Hold on. This is just my guess, but I think it involves something to do with a mirror. So maybe if you go back here and then go to the mirror, maybe? Oh, well, we can't leave yet. Damn it. What? What do you mean? Hold on, maybe if I do this first. There's a dead rodent. Interesting. So well, the thing is, we reset the system file. So I feel like we're in a state where we can't leave because we didn't unlock the way to leave yet, right? Because that's like blocked off for now. So I think what we should do is close the game, go back to here, and then change the backup again. So here, then change this to backup. Oops, back. And then change that. Bunch of noises in the background. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Alright. Reopen the game. How did people finish this in like 1 hour? You know, it's like... Maybe they didn't do anything? Like, didn't do all the things? Alright. So now we can leave, right? I think so, yeah. Because I basically reinstalled the system file we had before. That I assume keeps track of all the little checkpoints. So I was wondering, so... Can I go in here now? Ooh, color. Alice. You know Alice in Wonderland? Yep. Slurp. Just go inside. I mean, wasn't there... Well, actually, Alice in... The sequel, right? There's Alice in Wonderland, but there's also Alice in the Looking Glass or something like that, right? The sequel to Alice in Wonderland was actually about going inside like a mirror world, right? I think that's what it was. But here you go. New content. So this is actually on top of the base game. So originally the game didn't have this kind of content, but now it does. Kind of scary. Let's see. So let me double check though. Actually, I was just curious. So Alice and Looking Glass, right? Or, and the Looking Glass? Or Alice through the Looking Glass? Something like that. Alice in Wonderland sequel. I just get the movie. You know, I just get the movie, by the way. I don't know what this movie is. But here we go. It's like through the looking... Right, yeah, through the Looking Glass. Which I assume Looking Glass... That means mirror, right? I think so. So he goes in there and goes to a different world. Something like that. Anyway. So I assume it's a reference to that. And obviously, like, the sketch that, like, compares her to Alice in Wonderland. Kind of scary music. I wanted to take a quick break, but I didn't want to, like, take a break with the scary music, though. Hopefully the game doesn't break. I just want to go back to the title. Just so... it isn't so, like, scary. Or so, like, not scary, but, like, so extreme. Or, like... Not extreme. I don't know what the word is. It's so dramatic, I guess. Because, I do want to take a quick break, actually. It's been more than 2 hours, so I'm going to take another break, a little bit longer, just to grab a snack, go to the washroom, be right back after a few minutes, and then I'll check out the DLC, essentially, of this game. And we'll see what it's about. There you go. Be right back after a few minutes. Alright. I forgot to turn on my air conditioner. I should have turned it on when I was taking the break. I'm turning it on right now, but again, I don't want to like have it on, you know, while I'm doing like when I'm playing through a video game, when I don't want any kind of like background noise. When I'm rambling about, when I'm rambling about random shit though, it doesn't matter. But like when I'm, for some reason, like I'm very concerned about that, I guess. Because when I'm reading dialogue or something, I want to make sure it's clear. So before I begin, and I don't know how long the DLC will be. Hopefully not that long, because as I wait for my room to cool down a little bit, I don't need to cool down a lot, just a little bit. However, it's not that hot today. I just want to go back to display capture and just kind of mention like a small thing. And I don't know how many people will find this interesting, but let me see. Actually, before I accidentally dock myself, hold on. Oh no, here we go. Just an interesting thing I found is that for this developer, Koko no Zamushi, they made the whole siblings game that I have not yet released the English version of, but I will soon, probably maybe this week. Again, I don't know anyone would find that interesting, but like I do, because I put some effort into like making like a cool English version. Not cool, but the game is cool. It's just I don't know if my version is cool necessarily. It's just I want to share. Okay, anyway. But I've noticed that recently, if you didn't know already, like hold on, let me just show it real quick. Again, this is a private page. It's not public yet, by the way. But this game, right? This little game made in Wolf Editor RPG, I believe, unless I'm misinterpreting the page, was submitted as part of a contest. Actually, I think the official like Wolf RPG Editor contest ran by the developer of the Wolf Editor RPG, Wolf RPG Editor software. And again, more it's already pretty niche, but definitely it's more known in Japan, right? It's like its own little kind of like thing that people do. Again, very similar to like indie developers on itch.io, in the West and stuff like that. But this one specifically is for Wolf RPG Editor, and Siblings was #1, I think. I could be wrong, but I think so. And they kind of run it every year, I believe. So there's the 16th is last year, essentially. And something I noticed because the developer tweeted about it is that the 17th one is going on right now. So that's kind of cool. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, I can't play any of these games because they're all in Japanese. I remember there's this one that has like the friggin' Japanese schoolgirl that transforms into a gorilla or something. That's kind of silly. But it seems like they cover footage of it. Again, they're like not just a developer, they're a content creator, I guess. I'm assuming, anyway, because they also advertised about the 16th one over here, and then most recently, like 6 hours ago, they're advertising the 17th one right now. I mean, go take a quick glimpse, I guess. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing, but like, wow, Wolf RPG Editor 17th, Hooray! Wow! Auto-generated English subtitles. Funny, the English subtitles always says WoodyCon for some reason. It's supposed to be Wolf RPG Editor, I think, not WoodyCon or whatever. Or is it like, or do they mean second, second wind or something? Second rather. No, silver second, not second. Silver second, maybe. I don't know. Anyway. But yeah. Anyway, bunch of games. It's kind of cool. It's like a game jam, but specifically for Wolf RPG Editor. It's just too bad I can't play any of it because it's in Japanese, I imagine, for most of these games. Maybe there's like a few games that you don't need to like know Japanese to play necessarily, but I don't know. This is just kind of cool, because I like playing these obscure like indie games, especially RPG Maker games, right? And it's just kind of cool that there's a ton of people making these little like Wolf RPG Editor games, but I can't play them. So sad. That's kind of cool. Anyway, I don't know if this developer actually submitted anything. I think they're still working on their other game. So I don't think they're submitting anything as far as I know, but like they are covering, the game or the contest. Anyway, I just want to share something that I found cool. I don't know. I think it's kind of cool. I wish I spoke Japanese, fluently anyway. But it is kind of cool that there's like a whole thing going on there. And I do believe it's like public voting, maybe? Like, you can go in there, I mean, I don't know, hopefully no one trolls, but like, you can go in there and like vote for games, right? But anyway. Alright, let's go. Hold on, let me unmute the game. I'm turning off my AC. It's nice and cool around here in my room. Let's finish up this game. So, we probably go back though, so... Oh, what's this? Over again or ever again? What does that mean? I don't know. Over again? I don't know. Maybe ever again means to go back to the DLC area. Maybe that's what it means. Whatever, let's just go here. Alright. Okay. Let's go to the bonus content by touching this mirror. Ta-da! It's Alice. Alice in Wonderland. Or more, more accurate is Through the Looking Glass. Looking Glass just reminds me of Dark Souls 2. There was a boss in Dark Souls 2 called the Looking Glass Knight. And its gimmick was that it would summon like a player, I think, right? Something like that. I don't know if it worked that well, actually. I don't know how often it happened. I think Dark Souls 2 mechanics of the multiplayer was a little bit vague. And like most people couldn't activate it, but like sometimes you would get summoned, in a boss fight as the invader through the Looking Glass Knight, which is kind of cool. Anyway, so here we are in the middle of the road. I'm already getting like some Yume Nikki feeling for some reason, like a Yume Nikki vibe for some reason. I don't know. Is it just me? Oh, nothing to interact with that, I guess. We don't care about that either. Flower? Notes? A book? Some cake, maybe? Maybe? I don't know. I mean, wasn't the guy, like, run over, right? He got in an accident. Got hit by a car. And we're like, whatever. Shrug. Not my problem. No sidewalks, for this. But I guess maybe this is meant to be a highway or something. Oh, now it's just looping. Hello? Just blood again. Is there anywhere else I can go? Can I cross the street? Doesn't seem like it. I also can't run, so I have to keep walking. Slowly. Oh wait, what's this? Ah yes, let's go into the forest. Let's go into the deep dark forest where nothing bad will happen. I appreciate the animations a bit more, because the sprite is all colored now, It's a little bit more animation to it. When it was just a silhouette, it was kind of hard to tell what the animations look like. I don't know where to go. This is just a whole big maze. Hello? Oh, no flower? I got white flower. Also save, I guess. There's like a automatic save. A white flower. So I guess do we explore the rest of this little maze with the rest of the flowers, possibly? Flowers or maybe other items. Maybe cake. Maybe we will finally find some cake. nothing here, I guess. Just a dead end. Oh boy. It's gonna be a little tedious, I feel like. I'll have to remember which route I've taken. Let's go this way. But as I walk through this maze, I mean, what can I talk about? I already talked about the game and everything. Again, the translation is not too bad, actually. I think at some point it did get, like, proofread, you know? The English translation for the achievements, though, have not, I feel like. But otherwise, for the most part, I think this game, yeah, was touched up a little bit, so I think it's fine. It's pretty cheap as well. It's practically free. You can literally, you know, do what I did and just sell a few trading cards. So I guess if you know, you can't really get trading cards in the first place unless you buy games, but you know, if you just sell like a few trading cards, then you can just get this game for like $1. Again, I wonder how people, can't get past this. I wonder how people have only played like an hour at most, you know? When I see other Steam reviews, like an hour, maybe 2 hours on average, do they not like... Is it just me? I don't know, maybe I'm the weird one, but like, have they not bothered to like play the game? Do they just get one ending and they're like, I'm good? Like, no, that's not how that works. You're supposed to get all the endings and get all the achievements, and then you're done with the game, okay? You know? I mean, at least for a short game anyway. For like a very short game, usually, I don't know, it depends, but like for a very long game, like it's like, you know, you have to find 1,000 collectibles, you know, and that's it. And it's like, that's not interesting. But if it's like finding little Easter eggs, especially if it's like relevant to the lore and stuff, that's when I'm more interested in achievement hunting, you know? When it's like story achievements rather than like achievements for the sake of it, I guess. Though I guess in this game it is definitely, a lot of it was just for the sake of it, but at the very least I think it leads to new content, which makes me more inclined to do it, you know? Because that's what I don't get about like gamers, but also like content creators and streamers, and I'm hesitant to say that it only happens to like content creators, because clearly like most people who buy the games, they never actually like finish it completely, you know, as it turns out, if you look at the stats. Also, ow, what was that? Was that intentional or was that a weird glitch? Because that hurt my ears. Ow, don't do that. I don't think that was intentional. I think that's like a weird glitch. Bugoo. Okay, I can leave. I don't know if that does anything. I can't seem to get past that one part of the maze. I wonder if, because I have the white flower now, can I do anything with this? No? Nothing. Okay, well anyway. I was rambling about how, like, yeah, people don't finish their games. And I see that a lot of content creators, but I imagine a lot of players in general do the same thing, where, like, they don't want to finish their meal, you know? Oh, I guess we put a little flower there. Oh, where are we going? Going that way? I've already was going that way. But I guess I'll keep going. Dot dot dot. Do I keep going, or do I go through? Do I go back to that maze again? I wonder. Letter, flower. Was he? You know, I wonder. Like when he got ran over. Not morbid, but like I guess he had all his stuff on him and just flew everywhere. Even the cake. Alright, well, I'll put the flower, but doesn't seem to do anything else. He just pointed to the right, but it just loops the map again. I guess I have to go back to the maze, maybe? Maybe something's changed? Hopefully the music doesn't do the static thing again. I'm assuming it's when it loops or something, you know? It's happened before. I feel like, yeah, when I modded like Left 4 Dead 2 or something, you know, if you put the files in the wrong format. or it wasn't like encoded correctly. It would just be complete static, and it would like hurt your ears. Anyway, but yeah, when it comes to video games, people tend not to finish it, but like I don't really understand. Like you know, maybe it's because of the streamers I watch, but like when they play like something that has like a story or something, and then they get an ending, or you know, they play a good chunk of it, and they're like, nah, I don't want to play more. I get more endings. Nah, I can do another route where like the story's like completely different, and then like different events happen, and then you get like bonus content, like a different boss fight and everything. Nah, you know, like I don't get that. What do you mean? You're skipping out on content. You bought the game and you're not finishing your meal. You know, there's like there's spaghetti, there's pizza, you know, there's some soup, there's some broccoli, and, I don't know. There's like some stuff, you know, you just kind of leave on your plate and you're not eating it. You know, I'm someone, I don't know, it's a weird analogy, but I am someone who finishes their meal. Like I don't like leaving my meal unfinished. So when it comes to video games, generally speaking, I want to see most of it or all of it. Oh, by the way, we just fall down. Doesn't seem very safe. Whee! It's the beginning of Undertale, you know? Except we fall in the water. Not very safe. You see that all the time in movies. But like, if you hit like straight up into like the ocean, it'll hit your body like concrete, you know? You'll break a few bones. Or die, I guess. But anyway. Oh, content creators don't do multiple endings. It's an extremely long game. Only if endings branch out from final options. They're okay with whatever ending they get. Yeah, that's what I feel like, you know? Oh, I was kind of moving automatically, but now I'm moving manually. You're now breathing manually. No, anyway. But yeah, that's how I feel like, yeah, you know, like content creators, they don't want to do an entirely new route, and I get it if it's repetitive, because I find that annoying too, right? That's why I really criticize games that don't have a way to go back to checkpoints, or at least fast forward, you know, dialogue. And usually it's not so bad in visual novels, because in visual novel engines like Ren'Py, you can just skip like really fast to the important decisions. But obviously in more complicated games, or like moving around, like RPG Maker games, sometimes they don't have that, right? Which does make it a little annoying. Oh, we're back in the classroom. And it's all nice and sunny. And all the NPC girls were smiling. They're like, hee hee, we hate your guts, but heh. Giggle giggle. Oh, eyeballs. Right. It really is Yume Nikki. It's very Yume Nikki-esque anyway. Or like it's kind of like a weird dream world. But yeah, a lot of players and the content creators, they don't go back and like find all the things, because it can be a little repetitive. But I do feel like if there is new content, especially like narrative content, or like in the case like Dark Souls, for example, you know, Souls games, there's like a different boss, you know, like a new boss or something, then I feel like intentionally like missing out on that is like annoying. Because what do you mean? You're just not, again, you're not trying to finish the, or you know, it's not like it's like a super repetitive. You're just going to like a new thing. Like it's new content, you know, it's new stuff. Don't you want more? Come on, finish your food. Anyway. Actually, I don't know what to do here. There's asterisks? They don't care about completing 100% achievements unless it unlocks a secret route and ending. Yeah. Well, that's what I feel. I feel like a lot of content creators, at least the ones I watch, and maybe because they're older, you know, they have less time, and they're like grown adults. But like the ones that I watch anyway, they don't do that, right? Even if there is a secret route or secret ending, they don't go to that extra mile, and they're like, anyway, thanks for watching, chat, you know, or they go look up manly badass heroes like video instead. They're like, I don't want to do all that. Let me just look up a YouTube video, you know, and then they just watch Manly's video, whatever. Whatever, but like, I don't know. I don't... People can do whatever they want. I'm not saying that they can't do that. It's just that I will judge them, you know? I will judge them, and I personally don't like that. Again, depending if the game is like super repetitive or tedious, then I understand. Or if you just don't like the game, it's like fine, whatever. But like, but yeah, usually I do want to find all things like this one, like in this game, you know, not just finish the 3 endings, but also to check out the content in here, right? Anyway, I'm not sure what I'm doing here, by the way. I'm just kind of rambling, but I don't know what's going on. I just see a bunch of asterisks. I wonder if it has anything to do with like an invisible maze, maybe. Why does it do that? I guess the asterisks are like related to the mouse, maybe? If you get closer to the mouse, it's like... maybe not, actually. No, it does that anyway. Manly Bass Heroes is the only one you know that goes all the endings, yeah. But he's more of a YouTuber, you know? When I think of content creators, usually I think of like streamers. Live streamers, you know, they don't bother doing everything. Though I guess Manly does stream, but when he streams games, it's like separate from his recorded playthroughs, I'm pretty sure. It's not different. I mean, I haven't watched his live stream in a while, but last time I checked, like it's definitely much more... It's less talking, you know? Like he doesn't talk the whole time when he's live streaming. It's more so he's just playing the game. Almost like no commentary, really. Which is different, because I am so used to streamers who talk the whole time to fill in the dead air. That's what I strive to achieve anyway, even when it's BS and doesn't mean anything. You have to fill in the dead air, right? That's what you do as a streamer. Anyway. Can I leave? Okay, oh, I'm leaving. Goodbye. That accomplished nothing. Look at that. It's funny, it's so Yume Nikki, you know? Where the main character doesn't even say anything. It's just ... no dialogue. Looking around, like, with surreal environments, with some, obvious, like... How do you say it? Like, metaphor, I guess? Like, metaphors? I don't want to call it metaphor, but like, you know... Things that are reminiscent of the main story, I guess. It's funny because we already know the main story, though. Oh, there's more to the hallway. Oh, interesting. You know, we can get to see this part. So here's the mirror we saw before. What about... Wait, what's to the left? Is there like a dead end to the left? Oh, go in here. Oh, it's a different room. Now this just reminds me of Course Party now. You know, when you explore the dilapidated school and everything's like destroyed and broken. And there's like holes on the floor. Very unsafe. Not very good learning environment. What's this? Can I grab this? You got scissors! Wow. Uh-oh. Sadako? That's the Sadako thing, you know? The paper doll. Don't mess it up. You'll get, like, transported into an alternate dimension with vengeful spirits that try to murder you. Hello? Nope, disappear. Oh, here's the washroom. Okay, it does loop. I mean, I keep saying... I said this was like the 5th time, but like, it's very Yume Nikki. Very Yume Nikki. Surreal environments, looping maps, no dialogue, or very little anyway. Can't go to boys? No? No ladies, I guess. Oh, hair in here. Do I use the scissors? Nope. Oh, very Japanese. Japanese public toilets where you squat. I mean, technically it is better to squat while you, like, shit, you know? Hello? Someone's crying in the bathroom, but I can't reach them. Let's see. Anything else? Do we go back to our original classroom, maybe? Oh no, we cannot. Okay, so we don't need to do anything in that original classroom. I can go in here. We can go back in here, but I don't know if there's anything else to look at. I felt like I looked at everything that I could, or I tried to anyway. We don't get anything new. Nothing there. Yeah, nothing. Can't run in this area for some reason. We can run in the hallways, ironically. Don't they tell you to not run in the hallways? But you can run in the hallways for some reason. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Okay, I'm assuming it's... The mouths are a representation of, like, the girls, like, talking behind your back or whatever. Can I go in here? Cannot. I mean, where else can I go? I actually don't know how to proceed, to be honest. Okay, so this is the original classroom. I can't go back in there anymore. There's the mirror. There's no office, by the way. That's gone. This is the scissor room, right? We've already been here. Look at the plants, maybe. Oh, hey! I thought I couldn't go here. Initially, it was a ellipses, but oh. Okay, Asterisk, 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 Riveting dialogue. You know, this is part of the game where the English translator had a much easier time because they didn't need to translate anything. Eh? Die. Snip, snip, snip. Let me introduce you to scissoring. I know a lot about scissors. I guess. Snip, snip. It's time for you to get cut up, I guess. I don't know, anyway. I can't think of like a one-liner. Is there like a one-liner that involves like cutting up people with scissors? I'm not sure. Oh, no more people. I guess the show is over? Oh well, I need to finish the job though. I got a key. Wow. It's interesting. I mean, this is interesting. I don't know. I don't know if it would have the same impact, like already completing the game though. Since we already know what happens in the real world. I'm not sure. It's like a weird Amori, right? A weird Amori effect. Where in Amori, it's very similar, right? To Yumeniki. Or like Enro, for example. In the RPG Maker game called Enro. Where like the character goes into like a dream world, right? And everything is really surreal and kind of nightmarish sometimes. And that kind of reflects their own subconscious and kind of what happens in the real world, right? But you don't really see exactly what happens, but more so just kind of like a weird, surreal version of it, right? That's the idea, anyway. However, with Amori, though, unlike Enroll or Yuminiki or whatever it is, we actually see what happens in the real world, right? In reality. So we get, like, context for stuff, which, I don't know if it helps or hinders it, but it kind of removes some of the mystery, right? Since I already know what happens. I mean, I appreciate the little, like, metaphors and effects and everything. But I do wonder, like, wouldn't it be better if we didn't know what happened in the real world already? Like, if we did this first and then the real world happens? You know, I don't know. Anyway. Well, there's nothing here except a noose. What is it? There's a meme, I think, where... I mean, it's kind of morbid, but like... Oh. Oh. Anyway, I was gonna say, like, it's a very morbid meme where, like, there's, like, a picture of a noose, and then you put an anime girl behind it, you know, and she's like, she's waiting for you. Just, you know, just kill yourself in Minecraft. Anyway. We became a member of the literature club. or something. Anyway, now it's time to move on. La di da di da di da. You know, like I gently open the door. Do 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 do. I run. Faster. Go. Go. Hurry up. Ah. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I'm making a reference to another game. I mean, I'm scared of, well, I'm not scared, but like I'm hesitant to like always directly reference that game because even though I've already spoiled it, but like I don't want to spoil it too much because even though it's a very popular like game for its niche, I don't know if everybody's already played it, you know, and like I don't want to like ruin the surprise, you know. But anyway. Well, I guess we're home. I'm a deadbeat dad. I love alcohol and I beat you. Ha ha. You know, didn't the game also mention like a sister? We never see this. We never saw the sister, I feel like. Yeah. I don't know who that would be. Well, time to wash the dishes. Oh. Mother! What the heck do? You drop some dishes? That costs like 50 cents or something. Actually, I don't know. How many dishes cost? Yeah, you buy like a dish set, right? Maybe it's not like 50 cents, but unless you buy it at the dollar store. Anyway. I have to imagine the dialogue, you know, because there's no dialogue. You know, that's how you, I mean, that's how you, what's the word? That's how you cross language barriers, you know? Simply make a game that has no dialogue, you know, or just implied dialogue. Then you don't have to actually write any, you know, dialogue at all, actually. You don't need to translate it. Which is funny, actually, because, yeah, this game could be like, this DLC could have been like its own thing, and it could have been, yeah, just didn't have to be translated, I guess. What do I do now? Do I clean up? I'm going here. It's the bathroom. Okay. Uh-huh. Great. Amazing. Amazing bathroom. Is it time to study? Or just go to sleep, I guess. We'll just go to sleep. Oh, and cry, of course. Anyway, what was I gonna say? I totally forgot my train of thought. Something about dishes or something. Anyway, I forget. Oh yeah, like a game without dialogue. That's what it is. I was gonna mention, like, I think there's some games like that. Some games that have like they try like making a game with like a story, but it has no dialogue. There's probably like a few games like that. It's not the first time someone's thought of that, I guess. Well, I can't remember any on the top of my head, you know, or off the top of my head. Anyway, here's a suicide note. It was written long ago. How's it gonna work this time? I wonder. Where are we going this time? I'm going in there. Oh, we are actually in his dad's room. A lot of beer bottles. Uh huh. Okay. Anything in here? Razor, of course. The classic shaving razor, I guess. Which to be honest, I never knew was a shaving razor. I don't know why, you know. Look, when I was younger, people always reference this like weird blade thing and apparently cut themselves. I mean, I didn't know anyone personally that did that, but you know, it's on the internet and everything. But they always use this weird blade. I didn't understand, where do you get that? You know, why is it such a weird looking blade? Can't you use a knife? I don't know. Only later in life did I know that I understand that's like a shaving razor, right? So it's the one used for the older style type shavers, you know. And then you replace the blade. Not like the cheap plastic ones, you know. There's the disposable razors, but there's like there's also the double-ended like safety razors, what they call it, I think. And that's what those blades come from. Why those razors though? You know, why specifically that one? I'm not sure why, to be honest. I'm not an expert, so. All I know is that kids in school, and this might be a little bit insensitive, but kids in school, they always joke about it and be like, you know, don't cut across the street, go down the road, you know, if you really want to be effective with it. But anyway, but don't do that though. That actually kills you. Of course, we do in the bathtub. You know, I was thinking of like a toaster or something. I mean, either ways, it's not great. Blip. Is that how that works? I don't know. I mean, I see all the time in movies. You know, someone just kills themselves and just kind of like lie in the bathtub and just die. That happened so quickly. Anyway. Well, I imagine these are just suicidal thoughts. This didn't actually happen in real life, because otherwise she wouldn't be here, you know? She wouldn't be here having this weird, surreal dream world thing in the first place if she was already dead. Or is she? I don't know. I mean, the main content, the main game it didn't imply that she was dead already. Keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running. I mean, this does remind me of my own dreams sometimes. Not the, you know, killing yourself part, but the running around part, you know, like, sometimes, yeah, I mean, that's how dreams work, right? When you walk around, like, I do end up in a situation where I keep walking and walking and walking, and I just don't get anywhere. It's like, it's so long. I look at, you know, most recently, a few times at this point, in my head anyway, in my dreams, I guess, because of my memories, I often look at Google Maps, you know, I look at my phone and be like, where am I? You know, and it's like, oh, the next bus is like, you know, 50 minutes away or something, you know, something crazy like that. Or like, oh, I have to go this over here first. I have to transfer this bus or something. It gets really confusing. And I wait for the bus or something, you know, because I often just take public transit. And like, and the bus never comes, you know, or if I take a bus and it goes in a completely wrong direction, you know, I keep having those dreams. You know, it's a very consistent dream. Though I don't remember most of my dreams though, but like often I do have the one where I just get lost in the city, you know, in like a weird dream city that doesn't really exist. That kind of looks real, but like it's not based on real life really. You know, if that makes sense. It's like an urban environment, you know, kind of dream. I'm going somewhere and like I take the bus, but then the bus goes in the wrong direction. I have to like go transfer to a different like subway or something. And it's like something like that. It's always me just getting lost, you know? Is that just like my greatest fear or something? I'm not sure. I just find it annoying, you know? It's not really a phobia. I just find it really annoying that I get lost. I can't get back to where I was or, you know, get to my destination. But anyway, those are usually the dreams that I have. You know, I don't dream about like monsters or anything, you know? People have nightmares and stuff, or like, I don't know, like fear of heights, you know, like you fall off a building or something. No, me, I literally just get lost. I get really frustrated and annoyed. And like the sun goes down, you know, and it's like I just get, where the heck am I? Anyway, I guess we drank some poison, possibly, and then just take a nap on this nice bed of flowers. This reminds me of Mori, actually. Isn't there like a scene like this in the Mori? Not to spoil it, but there's a similar thing that happens, I guess. Take a nice little nap. Honk shoe, honk shoe. Go to eternal sleep. Oh, here's some words at last. Lisa, please wake up. I can't lose you or I'll have nothing left. Lisa, thank God you're awake. What a relief. You scared me. Was it hypoglycemia? Or hypoglycemia? Hypoglycemia, I guess. Or like low sugar levels, I guess. Huh? Oh, you don't have to apologize for that. I know what she's done, and I just can't hate her for it. Okay, is this from our perspective, by the way? Are we saying this? Or I will always be here by her side. That is the only way that I can live on. Even as a black and white doll, smiling in her palm. I mean, yeah, just reinforcing the toxic Yuri. Ending black and white. And there you go. So yeah, so that kind of like, it's all just to say, you know, really it's just all to say that the reason why she goes along with her toxic lesbian girlfriend wife, you know, that's psychopathic and probably narcissistic as well, I don't know. The reason why is because our character is basically just depressed and suicidal anyway, and so she has nothing else to live for. So she'll just end up being dependent on this, you know, psycho lesbian, you know, instead of, I don't know. Anyway. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that was cool. Is that it though, by the way? I mean, I don't mind. It's just a little extra content anyway, so it's not really that big of a deal. But I mean, I did like the surreal environments and walking around, you know, definitely like basically Yume Nikki-esque type gameplay for a little bit. Doesn't really reveal anything new, but you know, the only thing that it reinforces is that the main character is fucking depressed. You know, she's just fucking depressed, and that's kind of it. You know, she's like, she has a horrible life. She's poor. Her mom's not in her life. They mention a sister. That might be a typo, I'm not sure. Because they mention a sister in one of the flashbacks involving the dad, but we don't see any other reference to it, so I'm assuming it is a translation error. I could be wrong. Maybe I look at the original script to really be sure, but I swear, like, we don't see anything about her sister. We look in the house, for example, we don't only see like another room involving the sister, I think. I could be wrong. I don't remember. Did we explore all of the house? I don't remember. I don't know. Anyway. What was I saying? But yeah, I mean, basically, yeah. Basically, she's poor. She has to work hard. She got good grades, you know, to get where she is, but no one appreciates it, you know. So, yeah, she has a hard life, you know, and then that's why she's dependent on this super psycho lesbian, I guess, for some reason that happens to like her, I guess. And it's like, yes, you will be mine, basically. All right. I mean, is there anything else? Let me see. Let me just check the store page, maybe. The screenshots. Yeah, looks like everything. Touching the mirror. On an hour long. So some characters behind the scenes. Explains the immediate causes of event of a transparent black. And reveals a possible future? There you go, I was wondering. Okay, so there are two endings in the DLC. Ah, okay. Interesting. So it matters if you take the knife with you. Alright, okay. So I do there's more. Okay. I was wondering if there's more or not. I think it said, like, it mentioned it actually. I remember looking through the updates actually. Double checking if the English translation was updated or something, but I think it says here. Here we go. Okay, it's recommended to experience the extra scenario in order to touch the mirror without a knife, and then also touch the mirror with a knife to get two different endings. Apparently there aren't many different differences though. Also, by the way, it says here, like, oh yeah, I remember reading this. It says, no soul is wasted during the game development, guaranteed by a powerful devil lord who insists himself have nothing to do with this event. Huh? And then you translate the actual, like, words. And, like, it's something else completely. It says here, uncensored spoilers. The story of the drunk driver will definitely not be made into the game. And this is a small part of the worldview, and someone might have to go back and add that, I guess. What? That's a completely different meaning. What do you mean? I guess they're talking about the drunk driver. So I wonder, yeah, the driver who, like, ran over the dude, right? I wonder, maybe the dad did that. I mean, that would be a coincidence. That'd be quite the coincidence, you know? A little bit contrived, but like, maybe it's like the dad, right? The dad, you know, you see him drinking a lot, so maybe the dad happened to run over the kid, right? And possibly that gets connected to why everyone bullies her. I mean, that could make sense, but I feel like there's no explicit connection there. The game didn't really say. I feel like anyway, they didn't mention anything like that. They didn't say like, oh, you know, it's your dad's fault, blah blah blah, blah, you know, and therefore your fault, yada yada yada, right? That could be a plot point, but I'm not sure. All right, so let's go again. We're gonna do it again. We're not done yet. This stream is not over. If you thought it was, then you're goddamn wrong. Because we're gonna do it again. See, what did I tell you about like streamers that probably would give up at this point? You know, at most maybe watch a manly video, you know, and then just end the stream. But I'm not like other streamers. Okay? I'm gonna play through the goddamn game again. Mainly because it doesn't take that long, but, you know, I like to see everything, okay? I like to see everything. I like to, you know, finish my meal, metaphorically. It's the only thing that got going for me, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Like, how am I supposed to compare to other streamers, you know? Like, other streamers are, like, funny or something. I don't have that, so... I might as well just be a completionist. But not always. Again, it depends on the game. Usually if it's a short game, then I'll try to do everything. But again, if it's a story thing, where like I see a little bit more story, then I'll do it. If it's completionist for the sake of completionist, again, just like, you know, like platformers or something, like you gotta collect all the bananas in Donkey Kong 64 or something, you know? Was there like a new Donkey Kong? Anyway, but when it's something like that, I would rather not do that. That seems like tedious and not worth it. But yeah, Donkey Kong. Well, that reminds me, there's the new Donkey Kong game. I don't really play a lot of Nintendo games, really. Because I don't have a Switch, I don't have, you know, Nintendo consoles, I don't even have a television, so anything I would play would have to be on PC. But I gotta say, I kind of don't like the new design of Donkey Kong. It just looks weird. It has something to do with the eyes. I don't know. It looks more, or funnily enough, it does look more like the original Donkey Kong. You know, the original Donkey Kong, you know, on the arcade or something. It does look more like that Donkey Kong. But, I don't know. It just looks so different. He looks so more goofy. It's like Goofy Kong, which is actually a real Kong, actually. Goofy Kong, where is it? Or Lanky Kong, rather. He's got a goofy face, you know, Donkey Kong rap? Anyway. Let's see, so let's, okay, let's grab... I think we have to slaughter everyone first, right? I think we have to do that. Because after you grab the knife, we can't leave, I don't think, right? Oops, I didn't need that. I don't need a tape. I need a knife. Give me the knife. Go to the bathroom. Actually, how's it work? So, I have the knife, but... I guess I should activate the knife, right? Let me see. I'm not sure if, I'm assuming a different ending would be if... Oh, hold on, I have to get the key. Where's the key again? The plant, right, the plant. Oh boy, here I go stabbing again! Anyway, you wanna give me that cake? Give me a slice of that cake. Are you gonna cut the cake for me? Haha. How do you think you can fry me? I'm gonna cut you into a cake. Or something. That doesn't make any sense, but anyway. Ah! Hopefully it doesn't get me banned, by the way. I mean, it's quite violent. If you think about the context too deeply, it really is just like a freaking... I mean, you know, school stabbing. depicted like 10 times at this point. But you know, it's fine, don't worry about it. I put a warning. You're not supposed to watch this if you're a child, okay? And you're supposed to distinguish between fiction and reality. Alright? It's fine. Also, you know, the violent things are not really taken that seriously anyway. Now, if you make like porn or something, you know, that's when it's taken seriously, I guess. Didn't like Steam like ban a bunch of like porn games or something? I think so. I wasn't sure actually. I think it's like specific porn themes that, like, not every porn game. I mean, in the first place, like Steam having porn games in the first place, I think that was like, it's not super recent, but that was kind of like a thing they added at some point, right? So that was like a big deal, but now they're rolling it back to be like, actually, some porn games are not okay. You know, I don't know. Well, whatever. I don't have like a big stake in it. I don't really care that much. Oh, interesting. I can't. Can't seem to. I might get the same ending then in that case. Because I was thinking I would kill everyone and then go into the mirror, but it seems I can't do that. Unless, let me double check just in case. I go in here and then I leave. Then I go in the mirror maybe? Or is it just the same thing where it's like the same ending? Okay, same ending. Okay. Let me close it and then retry. Alright, so I didn't have to kill everyone again. Oh well. Okay, so I wasn't sure, right? I thought you had to kill everyone because you had to equip the knife and then go in the mirror world? I guess not. I'm assuming it's not that. You just simply have to have the knife and then maybe interact with the mirror world? I don't know, I guess we'll see. I have to do all this all over again though, which is annoying, but... I don't know, let's continue rambling. What was I rambling about? Something about like porn games, and like, yeah. Steam actually like rolled back some, or like banned them basically, banned some porn games or whatever. I think it's because of payment processors or something, like credit card companies don't want to be associated with porn or something like that. I don't know. Something like that. As long as it doesn't affect, well, I mean, there's one thing, I think. I hope that doesn't affect is the Coffin Annie Lily, because that has incest themes and all that, even though I do feel like it's more nuanced. I mean, there is a bit of fan service, to be fair, but like... It's not that simple to call it just an incest game, I feel like. People just kind of like oversimplify it, you know? So I hope that game doesn't get banned. I like that one. It's not even done yet, you know? I bought the game and basically it's still in early access, right? All the chapters need to come out. So basically I'm waiting for the game to be finished. It should not be banned. At least until I finish it, you know? After you... Which makes me think, again, like, it does make me think of the, what's it called? The Stop Killing Games initiative, right? I don't know, I'm probably never interested in really doing any deep research on it. But I'm just gonna go off my assumption is just to mean, like, yeah, games ideally shouldn't just be, like, banned or, like, just taken off. You know, especially if you bought something, you know, the fact that another company can just be like, nope, actually you don't own it, and then just take it away, you know? I don't know. Again, like on principle, or the conceptually, I do agree, obviously, with Stop Killing Games initiative. I mean, I don't know any kind of gamer that wouldn't, I feel like. Anyone who plays games, like, why would they not agree with it unless they're, like, bootlicking, you know, corporations? I don't know. But, you know, seems like a no-brainer. Okay, let's grab the knife. But for me, anyway, I was gonna say, like, I don't know, I probably already mentioned this, but, like, for me, definitely, like, even though it doesn't affect me, because usually when I play a game and I finish it, I kind of just don't go back, for the most part. Like, when I'm done with the game, I don't really feel a need to go back to it, you know? I've already experienced it. It's like chewing gum, you know? I've already chewed this gum. I don't need to put it back in my mouth. Again, some exceptions, of course, like Dark Souls, but for the most part, like most games I play, I don't really go back. I guess, well, I guess besides multiplayer games, yeah, that's the exception, I guess, multiplayer games. Sometimes there's like multiplayer games as well that don't get any more support. Yes, that's the biggest one. But at least for single player games, you know, the ones that you just kind of play once and then you're done. I'm like, yeah, that's it. I don't know. Some people like can watch movies. They watch like they rewatch movies, right? They watch a movie like multiple times. They're like, oh, you know, it's annual. What's it called? What's that movie called? Die Hard or something? You know, it's annual Die Hard Day around Christmas time. Let's watch it, everybody, and they just watch it again. I personally don't get that. I don't usually want to watch a movie again. You know, once I'm done with it. I feel like, to me anyway, I've already experienced it. Why would I want to experience it again? I already know what happens. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say, by the way. I'm like, I forget my, I don't know, like I forget my conclusion, I guess, of what I'm trying to say. Basically, I don't feel the need to let games live forever. Like, at some point, it's kind of like, I don't care, you know? But, you know, I think it's fair to say that people, if they want to keep their games, I guess they should. Because everything's a service, you know? Everything's just considered a service. Everything is so subscription-based, you know? Like, for example, like gacha games. Gacha games are definitely, like, very... I don't know, it's the epitome of, like, that kind of style, but basically, yeah, a gacha game kind of is, like, a, what's the word? Gatekept, I guess, by the fact that everything is controlled by, like, an online server, right? And so if that online server is gone, there's just no point to the gacha game. You know, if you just release a public version of the gacha game, you just have everything, well, there's not much gameplay, actually, because part of the biggest reason why you continue playing something like a gacha game is because it... Oh, it's different, actually. I was wondering why I was just looping forever. But let me just finish my thought, you know, like, the point of a gacha game is the fact that they drip feed you content. That's the whole point. If they gave you everything from the very beginning, it's like, it would be boring. Anyway. A love letter. There's a red heart on the crumpled envelope. Okay. A withered rose. Its petals are scattered all around it. Okay, this is different, actually. There's a long love poem written on a pink letter paper. There's actual, like, real descriptions, unlike last time. A somehow familiar diary. You get a feeling that you must not read this. Can I read it anyway? Come on. A familiar cake box. You can see some black, rotten things through the small plastic window. That's not cake. Okay. Can I move on now? Yep, there's some blood. A pool of red liquid in the middle of the crosswalk. No, it can't be real. This isn't the crossing. Let me back off again. Okay. This is different. We didn't get descriptions before. You know, I was thinking how, like, it was interesting that the game was completely silent with no real dialogue or descriptions, but, like, now there is, so... What the heck? Okay. Let's do this again, I guess, but this time... we can form English words. Alright, where's that flower again? Was it, like, somewhere over here? I can't run. I want to run, but I can't. Stop killing games. You know what I really want is Bloodborne on PC. You know, I never got to try Bloodborne. It's like stuck on consoles. That's the one I think about when I think of video games and not being able to, like, you know, play them. It's usually on a different platform. Anyway, got the flower again. I'm assuming I put the flower back on the pool of blood, and that allows me to progress north. Once again, I'm assuming it's the same puzzle, which again makes it a little repetitive and tedious, but oh well. Or do I go down? Hold on, wait. Down this way? People finish this in like an hour? You know, it's like, this is a lot. Again, maybe it's because I ramble a lot. To be fair. I don't know, I do that more often on stream these days, because I feel like just focusing entirely on the game can be... I mean, I like doing it, but like, sometimes a little bit monotonous, so you want to break it up a little. I mean, that's how I see other streamers do it, you know? I try to learn from other streamers and be like, you know, what they do that's different. Even though I'll continue to be a tiny streamer for like eternity, but anyway. By the way, I want to mention that real quick. I don't know, some people, I shouldn't say some people, but like, I don't know, yeah. I don't know, some people, I guess. I'll just say some people. Some people may not understand how the streaming environment is. And I don't know if it'll change anytime soon. But just kind of like, I don't know. It's kind of like, go on Twitch and go to live and then sort by lowest to highest viewers. And you can see the discrepancy, you know? And I'm one of them, you know? I'm literally one of them at the very bottom as well. And you can see the discrepancy, like the people who actually have viewers and the ones that don't. The haves and the have-nots, you know? A simulated space of like capitalism, maybe, I don't know. I mean, not exactly capitalism, but you know. But the idea that the people who are actually successful, those are actually the minority. Oh, like a mirror stagnant in peace. I didn't read that description, whoops. Too busy rambling. I kind of did this already, you know? But, oh well. Anyway, you look at the ocean, it's like very peaceful, it's like a stagnant mirror, and then you jump. Seems like that's a consistent theme, by the way, in this dream world. We just keep dying over and over again. Whee! Plop. Again, it wouldn't be that gentle of a splash. It would be a giant splash. It would be a belly flop. Anyway, I guess it doesn't have to make sense. It's not based on physics. I walk this way instead. What happens if I walk the other way? I imagine nothing. I'll just not progress and it just end up being stuck over and over again. Okay, I'll stop. Okay, I'll stop. I feel like, well, this is gonna make me. It's gonna take longer to actually progress if I just run backwards. But yeah, tiny streamers, people like 0 viewers, just like me, are actually the majority. And it's why I always feel a little bit, I don't know how I feel about it. Like, I don't want to say like I feel bad necessarily, but like I do feel like I get comments sometimes where people are like, especially on my, you know, videos that have higher views, and they're like, you know, you're gonna be big one day. Wow, your video is so good, or whatever, you know, yada yada yada. But like the reality is that it's not that easy, you know? Again, if you scroll down, like how many streamers there are on Twitch, there's so many of them, there's 0 viewers. And of course there's an element of that, I'm just stubborn I guess, but there's an element of that where like it's just, you know, a bunch of new streamers, they try out streaming for a little bit, but then they quit after 2 weeks. You know, well, I mean, what really ruffles my feathers is when someone like streams for like a few weeks, they get like 10 viewers or something, they're like, oh, this is not good enough, I want 10 million viewers, and then they quit. But that's annoying to me because that's amazing, you know, when you first start out and you get more than like even 1 viewer or 2, that's amazing, you know, how do you do that? You could just ball that up and give it to me, that'd be great. Because that's not the norm. Usually you have 0 viewers because you're literally nobody. And you stay that way, you know, I don't know. At least on Twitch, anyway. At least on Twitch, I feel like networking is like very important. So you just gotta be like know people. I don't know. I'm not good at that though. I don't want to know people. I just want to play video games. What happened to like playing just video games? You know. Also, I'm not making any progress. Hello? You know, I'm like, huh? Hello? Maybe I shouldn't run? Oh, maybe, well, obviously I ran backwards a lot the first time, so maybe that's why. Because it's taking a while. Hello? Hello? Do I need to stand still or something? I don't know. It's taking a very long time. Normally, you would walk for like at least like a minute or something, and then there's a door, right? Well, why am I stuck? Did I glitch the game accidentally by going backwards for like 30 seconds or something, and that kind of breaks the game? I mean, I'll keep going. I mean, this reminds me of the time I played Everhood. There's like a part in Everhood that's optional, but like you're allowed to like go down a hallway that's very, 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 very long and monotonous. And then if you get to the end of the hallway, you get like a little ending. But like it's completely optional. But I did it anyway because I'm a psychopath, I guess. I just kind of rambled the whole time as I did it. It's kind of like a test of your commentary abilities, you know? But yeah, I'm not making any progress, which is annoying. Huh. Hello? I don't want to have to restart the entire game just because I can't... I don't know. I don't know what the issue is. Come on. Come on. What if I restart? Does that do anything? This probably doesn't do anything. Ever again. Okay, let's do this again. Checkpoint. And you know, I'm not touching anything, by the way. When it kind of like fades in, she just walks automatically. Okay. And then I take control of her. Let's try this again. And I don't know, I guess we'll see. Yeah, but anyway, I was gonna say something about like tiny streamers and how like people don't understand how hard it is to actually get viewers and stuff. And so yeah, I kind of like shake my head, you know, SMH, whenever people are like, oh, whatever. Just get 1 million viewers, easy. You know, that's insane, by the way, get 1 million viewers, at least for a live stream anyway. 1 million viewers? Probably happened, I don't know. You don't understand. We live in an ocean of zero views, zero view streams, okay? And it's your fault. It's your fault because you're not looking for them. Do your job and look for entertaining streamers, okay? Well, to be fair, I don't do that either. But anyway, I'm kind of stuck. I don't know what's going on. Am I missing something? Hold on. Because in the first time I did this, it was you just kind of ran, right? Ran to the right. Eventually, you get to a door. But so far, nothing. Is it like random? I wonder. Is it RNG? Because obviously it loops. It seems to like loop a whole bunch. I'm just checking. Like, is there like a hidden path? Okay, what if I just don't run? What if I just walk? Maybe it's because I'm running, you know? Maybe the game punishes you for running, and so you're impatient, so maybe I should just walk. I don't know. It's been 4 hours and 3 minutes, you know? Or, you know, the entire stream anyway. I actually want to be done with the game now. But the game is not allowing me to be done with it. I don't know what's. What do you mean? I don't know. Do I need to stand still for like 10 seconds or something? Not entirely sure how you progress. Because again, last time it was pretty simple. But now nothing's happening. Is it a bug? Bugoo? I swear, is it literally because I ran backwards the first time now that somehow glitches the entire game? I don't know. Exit? Let me try again. Is there any guides on this? You know, like I don't know. Am I missing something? That's just about the DLC. I'm stuck in the docks. There you go. There you go. So the problem is the MC is walking through automatically on the bridge. When I press up, nothing happened. Oh, wait a minute. So it says here, with the patch, some events were maybe broken, now have been fixed. So originally you just ran to the right. Now you have to run to the left and meet an NPC and then run to the right? Oh my god. Oh, Manly. Oh, he's Manly here. Hey, I was mentioning Manly. Literally Manly. Literally Manly. Rare Manly Badass Hero comment on the Steam forums. Okay, let's try that then. Okay, so we do have to run to the left? Yeah, I mean, I know that Manly played this game already, you know, but, you know, even, how long ago was that comment? Like 2018? 7 years ago or something? Even in the past, Manly Badass Hero is truly a hero. Assuming this works. Because I did go to the left like a long time, actually. Okay, there you go. What is this? What is this? It's funny because I did go to the left the whole time and I thought that it was infinitely looping. Turns out you just need to go even further. I'll go even further beyond. Anyway. I was gonna say like special thanks to Manly Baz Hero. February 20th, 2018 at 4 o'clock or 4:41 p.m. Saving my life. Anyway, Huh? So you found me? Who are you? Where am I? That's really a stale opening. I mean, that is true. A lot of video game protagonists in RPGs, they always say that, right? Who are you? You know, that's always a question in every RPG is a dialogue option. Like, who are you? Where am I? So I died, right? Nah. But I fell from that cliff. I know what you're thinking. Is that road real? Is that forest real? Is whom I'm talking to real? Then why? So, do you hate him? He's innocent. Alright, next question. What do you really want? What do I really want? Alright, there you go. So I had to activate that scene and then go to the right. Initially, you didn't have to do that the first time I did this. I didn't think the puzzle would be different, but turns out you did go to the left. There wasn't much of an indication. It wasn't clear. I feel like some players would do that for like 10 hours, you know, and be like, wait a minute, nothing's happening. Alright, well here's the door, we go in. Again, this time though, because we took the knife with us in the mirror, there's more dialogue, more description. Let's pay attention. Innocent happy time. Oh, I don't know this section very well. Can you explain these for me, Lisa? Let's have some fun together after school. Oh wait, you have a part-time job. Sorry, my bad. Hey, I baked some cookies. Here you go. Oh, that's the cake girl, I guess. The bow knot looks really cute on you. Lisa, we'll be best friends forever. This is back when they weren't, you know, when they weren't bullying her, I guess. But nope, wasn't real. The eye stares at you lifelessly. I hate you. Go to hell. Don't let me see you. Disgusting. Leave her alone. Bitch. Okay. Behave yourself. Okay, so that was the words that were appearing before. It was just, I guess, expletives or something, or just insults, I guess. It was because of you. Leave her alone. Leave her alone, rather, as in like, don't talk to her, I guess. No one likes you. Go to hell. Disgusting. Anything you can find in here? Nothing you can interact with. Alright, I guess we'll just leave. Alright, time to run the halls. Whee! The poster has a red smile painted on it. Looking at it makes you feel uncomfortable. The broken mirror reflects your figure in fragments. A plant. She's looking at me, yo! Okay. Keep away from her. Okay, let's go over here, I guess. Let's grab that, let's grab those scissors. Oh, some discard textbooks. Okay, again, we can interact with stuff now. I wasn't able to do that last time. Not much in here, though. There's a white paper man and scissors on the desk. The smile drawn in its face makes you uneasy. Alright. Can't go back there, right? Okay. Boys' bathroom. School uniform skirt in the trash can. Oh, okay. Something I didn't realize before. Okay, so is that what happens? Like, I guess they took her skirt and threw it in the garbage can. What the heck? Faucet doesn't work. You can see your blank face in the mirror. Drain this dram of hairs. I'm behind crying. Alright. I'm assuming the crying, because I mean, I thought of it, you know, even before, the crying is obviously meant to represent her. You know, she's the one that got bullied in the bathroom or whatever. Possibly locked in the stall, maybe? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that works. Or just in general, you know, she was bullied in the bathroom. She's hiding in the bathroom and crying. I'm assuming that's one of the situations that happened when she was bullied. It seems to be in the auditorium. Let's go in. Ah, what an ugly girl. How dare you stand before us? We all hate you, you know that, don't you? What was the god thinking while giving birth to you? We'd be happy if you just go away. Please, go to hell. Hee hee, ha ha, hee hee. Anyway. Are you still trying to run away? No, I was just gonna say, like, there's one seat missing there, but hey, there's 2 seats. I don't know, there's no significant reason for that. Maybe not. There's no reason for it. Are you praying for happiness? Snip, snip. No one really cares about anyone but themselves. Snip, snip. You're scared, aren't you? Snip, snip. Would you feel relief if we just stopped caring? Snip, snip. Okay. Oh, and one more over here. Get over here. Would you feel happy if it were not you, but someone else? Whatever, just give me that key. Alright. Let's, let's go into the newsroom. The crying won't stop. I was gonna say, butter up that pooper. Something like that. It's a Corpse Party reference, don't worry about it. Alright. Back to this endless hallway. Do I have to, like, run back again or something weird like that? I don't know, I can't tell. I'll give it, like, a few more cycles. I mean, yeah, it doesn't look like I can progress until... Okay, maybe I should run backwards, alright? Let me try running backwards then, you know? Maybe I need to do that. I didn't know this was a gimmick. Assuming this is the gimmick. I don't know why the developer just suddenly decided, like, yeah, actually you have to run backwards. Randomly. Because we just decide so. With no hints or, like... gimmicks or anything to let you know that this is happening. I don't know, I seem to be repeating like a whole bunch. There you go, okay, see, what? Oh my god, it is that. Oh my... I don't know, I just really hate this mechanic, because they just suddenly do it and without no real, like, indication that it's happening, you know? So similar to, like, when you're supposed to interact with an object, like, multiple times. Like, running backwards when you're in, like, a repeating map, you know, in one direction. You don't know if you're making progress. Like, how am I supposed to know you're supposed to run backwards? Bye. After you again. So what do you think about all this? Maybe it won't be so painful for you once you get accustomed to this new life of yours. No way. That's far too pathetic. It's impossible to become accustomed to this. Huh? Is it? Well, that's what most people would call quite unfortunate, am I right? Speaking of misfortune, that feeling will not disappear as you get used to it. Rather, it will ferment, slowly permeating into your very bones. Right down to the marrow. So, do you want to run away from it? Just where to run? Or is it even a way to run? I guess not. I guess not either. So let's see which way you'll take. Alright, whatever you say. Whatever you say. Character from the other game that I forgot her name. There's a black door by the end of the hallway. Or the walkway, rather. I would say hallway? Walkway. Is this when we talk to the abusive father? There's significantly more dialogue here. Actually, I'm curious what he says. He probably just says, like, you suck, I hate you, blah, 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 blah. Why don't you give me more money? Blah, 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 blah. Don't you know how hard it is? Blah, 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 you know? Something like that. There you go. Your younger brother's room, which is locked. He's so calm and hard-working. Okay, so there's a sibling. I thought it was sister, but I guess it's brother? Okay, I guess that confirms it. It was a little bit confusing in the flashback. It said sister, but I wasn't sure who was talking, right? So maybe it was the brother that was talking or something? Or I don't know. Anyway. But there is, yeah. I was wondering what the other room was. I was thinking maybe it was a sister, but it was a brother. So brother was saying sister to us, mentioning that. The most common fruits and vegetables are piled up here. There's a ton of beer and some frozen food in the fridge. Empty bottles in a small cabinet. Remember to sell them. Garbage in the trash can. Utility bills. Pay those bills. Consider just who is supporting this home. Do not irritate me. If not for you, I would have already. Okay. Empty glass. A broom. Worn out laundry tub. Wash basin. Which is a sink. That isn't necessary. Very big tub. It's very relaxing. Exercise book. Clothes are stacked neatly. Okay, well, it's just kind of like, you know, flavor text. Dishes and bowls piled up in the sink. They ought to be washed. And then, whoops. You know, couldn't that actually, well, it reminds me about Amori, again. Oh, you just like clean the bowl? What can I expect from someone like you? Why are you still just standing there? Okay, just the father yelling at her. Blah, blah, blah. I was just gonna say, it reminds me of Mori because there's like a... I mean, I guess in the very specific route. Was it the Hikikomori route or was it in both routes? But like, there's like a dishwashing minigame, you know? And you can like mess it up and break dishes, I guess. It reminds me of that. The kitchen knife on the chopping block that hasn't been sharpened in a long time. Mother's room. You don't feel like entering. The exercise books on the table haven't been finished yet. Your books. Potted plant. A stool. Anyway, time to cry. This is my fortress. Anyway, I'm looking at my wristwatch, my invisible wristwatch I'm not actually wearing. You know, actually I got a new watch. I had like a Casio watch, you know, like a very cheap like Casio watch. Like the cheapest one. But then I decided to get like you know, well, the wristband eventually kind of broke. So I got a new one that's also Casio. That's still pretty cheap, but it's like the kind of like the metal silver one that looks cooler. I had that one before, but then I lost it, I think. And it didn't really fit me, but then I learned that you can actually like change. I didn't know that at the time, but you can like change the way it kind of like wraps around your hand, you know, because even though it's like made out of metal, so you can't like do it like the same way you do it like a normal wristwatch. Anyway, it's a tangent, but like a small envelope under the pillow, inside is a suicide which was written long ago. I wonder what it says. Anyway, just to finish my thought, but like yeah, I have a wristwatch that I mean, I don't think anyone I was gonna say nobody cares. Whatever. It's like this one. Digital watch, Casio. I've been careful not to dox myself somehow. I don't think I can dox myself. I don't know. But like it's this one. I got this one. I don't know, I like it. I like wristwatch. I feel naked if I go out and I don't have my wristwatch. I don't know. I like knowing the time. And I don't like looking at my phone to look at the time. I need to compulsively look at my wristwatch to know what time it is. I don't know. Is it just me? But I actually had that a long time ago when I was younger, like a teenager. But again, like it didn't really fit me and I lost it at some point. But only until recently did I learn that you can actually adjust the band to be to fit you better. I didn't realize you could do that, or like it wasn't like I was wondering like if you need like some kind of special tool to do it, you know, because it's made out of metal, right? But turns out it wasn't that hard. You gotta just push out like a small thing and like yeah, and just do it. Just watch a YouTube video. Anyway, why did you leave me? How can fate be so cruel? Does it have to take everything from me? I've been trying so hard, but I just can't make it. I can't live without you. Too late to regret. Okay, yeah. You know, typical deadbeat dad that lost his wife at some point and, you know, slightly sympathetic, but doesn't really, you know, forgive him for the fact for beating his kids. So I don't know if he beats his kids exactly. I'm not sure, actually. Usually he does, right? In every kind of dramatic story like this. Spilled beer, some lesser marks on the floor. Parents sleep on the ground. Bed is a mess. Tissues all around the floor. Daily necessities. Alright, just give me that razor. The photo frame on the bedside table is spotless. There's a family of 4 smiling in the photo. The child in the picture looks so young. Those times are so hard to recall now. He found a brand new razor blade in the drawer. Yay! Razor blade! You got razor blade! Get the knife instead. You know, anyway. The owl clock you hung by yourself has been dead for quite a long time. Oh, it's not working. I want to read the suicide note, you know? Whatever. Okay, well, time to take a bath. The final bath we're taking forever. Well, not really, because this is a dream world. When you die, you don't actually die, I guess. You just simply respawn. Alright, we're back over here. Back at the docks. They go backwards for like 5 minutes. To talk to that devil lady. From the previous game. Spoilers, I keep spoiling it, but... Hopefully I'm going the right way. I mean, I did go backwards right in the beginning, right? I'm assuming it's the same thing, where eventually you meet the NPC. Come on, you know? It's like, how many loops is it gonna take? Come on. And... there you go. You look pale. Is this all a nightmare? It's a nightmare reality, and a real nightmare. Okay. It's so painful and so depressing, I can't take it anymore. Then why not take my hand? What? The devil may help you. By relinquishing your soul, the devil will grant you wishes. Yeah, just like that book. Still hesitating? At least I can promise you a relief. You'll get out of this nightmare and live a happy life from now on. A happy life? What an amazing lie. I guess I can bear it for a bit longer. Just a little while longer and it'll be all better. The same choices Lord told me. Don't you believe in what everyone else is saying anymore? What a stubborn girl. Well then, good luck. Alright. Very, ambiguous, very cryptic. Abusive dads are common in indie horror games. Abusive moms are rare, but they tend to be verbally abusive and controlling. I guess so. Taking away their electronics. No, Mom, my video games. I mean, the first thing, when I think of abusive fathers in indie horror games, it would be a mad father, you know? Classic mad father. And all I can really remember about that game is that he just wields a chainsaw and chases you, you know? Wasn't there like a remake? I think there was a remake of that game. I don't know if I'll play it. Again, I'm weird. I'm like that person where if I already played a game, I don't know when to play the remake. Or, you know, I already know what happens in the game and everything, you know? But if it's like a remake of a game that I haven't played of, then I'll play, you know? And I feel like that's the point of a remake, right? I feel like it's really marketed towards people who missed out on the original release of the game, and so it's like something completely new to them. Compared to people who've already played the game, I feel like. Again, maybe, you know, again, maybe I'm weird, but like for people who... It's really for people who, if they've already played the game, it's the kind of people who would like watch a rerun of a movie, I feel like, you know, those kind of people, which I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I already know what happens and all that, right? Even though everything is a fresh coat of paint and everything, I feel like it's not worth it. What else? There's another thing I wanted to say. I totally forgot. I lost... kind of slipped out of my mind. Something to do with remakes. Oh yeah, well the thing is, like, most people... Well, not most, but something that happens frequently, I find. I'll fix it later. Anyway, I think that I feel like happens a lot in with like remasters and remakes and all that, is that the people who originally played the game, you know, the original version, they always complain about the remake, you know? Again, not always, but rather commonly. They commonly complain about the remaster. They always say like, oh, they changed the music, you know? Oh, the art doesn't look as good. Oh, and oh, they censored this part, you know? It's not the same as I remember, you know, that kind of thing. So like, you know, that's how I feel, right? If you already played the original game, I feel like you just end up complaining about the remake because they changed some things, right? It's not exactly as the way you remember it because it's remade, right? But anyway. Alright, let's go. Alright. Mad Father was not abusive. He's a good father. He just turned yandere. I mean, I don't know, man. Is it like... I mean, well, the thing is, that's what... To me, anyway, a very common trope for abusive parents is because they love their children, you know? They beat them up, and they're like, I'm so sorry, and then they hug them as they're just full of blood and bruises, you know? I won't hit you again, and then the next time, they hit him again, you know? I mean, it really is. When I say abusive, I do mean, like, not just, like, you know, straight up physical abuse, but more so, like, even just emotional abuse, right? Just like in abusive relationship, like, just in general, right? Not even just parents, but also, like, romantic relationships, anyway. At least in fiction, I don't know. But, like, I see it all the time where, like, it's a lot of, like, gaslighting, a lot of, like, you know, emotional abuse, and then they say they're sorry and it'll change, but then they don't, you know, that kind of thing. That's what I consider abuse anyway. But anyway, because what makes it abuse is that it's someone you're supposed to be very close with, and so you stay with them even though it's not good for you, something like that. Anyway. Yeah, want to preserve his daughter's beauty, keep her as a child forever. That's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Was there, I mean, obviously, I mean, spoilers, I guess. I should stop spoiling things, but didn't it end up like, in Mad Father, like the main character, she did end up kind of like her dad though, in a way, right? That's kind of like the twist at the end. It's like, she herself actually ends up a little bit like a psychopath. Anyway, let's continue. All right. So nice little cup of delicious tea, maybe, I don't know, some kind of liquid. We're just gonna take a nice little nap. There's a glass of transparent liquid on the table. Bottoms up. What does that imply, by the way? I mean, transparent liquid, I mean, that's just water, right? But, like, I guess some poisons are just transparent liquids, I'm assuming. Yeah, unhealthy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? That's what I'm saying, Michael Lee. Like, emotionally abusive, to me anyway, means unhealthy codependency. That's exactly what abuse is. I don't know, maybe we have different definitions, and maybe I'm using the words incorrectly, but that's what I think of when I think of abuse. In fact, that's even more abusive, right? You know, that's the very definition of abuse. To, like, abuse your trust with someone you're close to. I don't know. I mean, maybe you just call it codependency, I guess, but whatever. Let's take a nap. Is this when we go back to the real world? I think this is the very last thing, right? There are many lilies alongside the bed. It feels like a sweet dream. Oh, okay. More lilies, I guess? Remember the achievement involving the lily? That implied Yuri? Is that what that is? Hawkshoe, hawkshoe. Ouch. It hurts. It hurts so much. My head is splitting. My heart is even in even more pain. It's been torn apart. Why? Why did things go like this? Or why did things go like this? Anyway, was it my fault? It is my fault. Oh, no animation. The child stands at a loss. She's looking at the adults who are gathering in groups. What a poor girl, becoming an orphan at this age. Losing her family at such a young age. The child bowed her head, her hands clenching tightly into fists. Then someone came and grabbed hold of her hand. She will live in happiness, because she's lucky enough to have a new family now. The child's eyes grow wide. It's very anime looking. She has stars in her eyes. The adult smiles at her warmly. However, the child is greeted with feelings of disgust in her new home. Yeah, what a dirty wild child. Why'd you adopt a girl like her as my younger sister? I guess. Wait, younger sister? I'm so confused. Who's the... I thought it was a younger brother. Why do they keep mixing up the ages of the siblings? It's like, who's the younger brother? Who's the older sister? Who's the... I don't know, anyway. Also, adapted? That's wrong. It's adopt. It's be O. Anyway, I'm being, nitpicky. The child's toy is stolen. Give it back. She has the nerve to fight for what's hers. It's not yours. You're just a wild child living in my home. Everything here was still and it wasn't still mine. The child is stunned and tears appear in her eyes. Not yours, not yours, not yours. What he said was true. Time passes and the child grows. She learns self-control, how to smile, to be clever and polite. Well, I mean, to be fair, I think this is a different family. I was thinking this is the main character, but she looks more like the other character, right? I don't know, I say this tongue-in-cheek, but like the psycho-lesbian, you know? There's a black hole in her heart where everything passes through. There's nothing in this whole world that belongs to me. It was a Tuesday, her first day in high school. It's a Tuesday, ain't it? I don't know. She was pushed down by some students, her books falling to the ground in the corridor. While picking them up in silence, something catches her eye. A certain girl. Are you okay? Daijoubu? The bow on her head is incredibly cute. Don't worry, I'm okay. We're classmates. My name is Lisa. Nice to meet you. My name is Jail. Jail? Jail? My name is Jail. Nice to meet you too. The girl before her shook her very heart and soul. She began to pay close attention to Lisa. What a perfect angel. So gentle, so generous, so pure. I want her to be mine. She can't recall when this idea came to mind. Their relationship allowed for so much more than just eating lunch together, working on assignments together, or going to the bathroom together. I want her to be mine, and mine alone. Okay. But there are too many obstacles around her. That boy is getting so close to her. This isn't good. I must kill straight people. No, she sighs so brilliantly. Will she even notice me in such darkness? It was then that a strange figure appeared. Of course. Uh-huh. Do you want her all to yourself that badly? The woman smiled. Yes. The child was trying to ignore her but answered subconsciously. Then allow me to lend you some power. What? Something pierced my body. It tingled yet somehow made me feel at peace. I thought it was a devil, but it is said that devils ask for souls. I don't know. Don't worry, I won't have you pay for this. Because you're such a lovely child. I do this out of my own desire. The woman was still smiling. But you may bring me what I wish to seek. The inside of my heart tingles. Is this the power I received? The power to make people follow my will inadvertently. It's subtle, yet horrible. Ah yes, cold gears, you know? The Louche de Bretagne amends you. Maybe, I don't know. It really is supernatural, by the way. It all ended up being a supernatural thing. What the heck? Okay, so that's why she was able... it didn't have to be a supernatural thing, but like, I guess that's how she got like a plus 99 to charisma boost and then manipulated everyone to do her bidding, I guess. Is that what happened? Anyway, it was a fate that I did not choose. But perhaps, maybe now, I had a choice. My name is Jail. That's what she's been experiencing. I was just too scared. Too scared to lose her, so I created this step by step, trapping her in this jail. Very, very coincidental that my name sounds like jail, that I'm trapping her in a jail, in a social jail. It's like, it's poetic, I guess. What's happening? Is this the office? I was supposed to return to the classroom, then So I had a dream. But the sensations, it was too real to be a dream. So you're awake. What was that dream? Lisa, is she? She had those feelings because of you. I don't know if this is the same person. Well, the lady we saw in that little flashback, it looked like she was like a real, like, actual angel. I don't know. This is more like a devil, the horns and everything. So I think it's a different person. Anyway. And now you experienced them. Her helplessness, her hopelessness. It won't take long before she finally breaks. Was she trying to commit suicide? Quite the opposite. Rather, she's been trying her best to live. That's why she's enduring what you brought upon her. But that was your love, huh? That's exactly what humans do. With their own self-righteousness, one can hurt the other people they care about, all in the name of love. And all without calling it what it really is. Selfishness. It's true, I selfishly want her to be here by my side, without her needing to worry about her own bitterness. So you realize it all on your own. Color me surprised and impressed, though I can't help but wonder, why hasn't her gift eroded your mind? How'd you know that? Who is she, anyway? It's her, or it's generally referred to as the goddess of evil, and what her has been doing, or what she or her has been doing is punishing human beings in her own selfish way. Bah. She is much more unpredictable and dreadful than me. Humans chosen by her are called seeds of tragedy, for they can be sensed by devils. When people gain power that doesn't befit them, or when, say, teens get a hold of some guns, guess what happens next? School shooting? What do you mean teens get a hold of guns? It turns into America. No, in that way, I was used by her. Wait, then what are you here for? I'm just curious of what will grow from the seed. It does sound pretty exciting, doesn't it? Okay, well, I guess you wouldn't bite it if I told you that I was just passing by anyway. After all, since devils can smell seeds of tragedy, we use that to hunt for souls and better our chances. As for me, alas, I would not have taken this job if not for the feelings of regret from the soul of a certain boy. To my surprise, the girl refused to submit to me. I was so close, but I failed. The Lord never fails. Bah. Did she reject my offer because of the hope in her heart? I'm losing my understanding of humans. Anyway, all I could do in this case was simply bring you here, inside her dreams, to view what's in her heart. How things will turn out now is entirely up to you. Up to me. I'm not even sure if it's too late or what. too late. What's too late? Yeah, what is? Lisa. Anyway, we're playing as a psycho lesbian, or jail rather. I keep calling her psycho lesbian. I don't know. That's her title now, okay? That's what I think of her. Student profiles. Pens in the pen holder. Nothing here. Okay, well, let's just go. Oh, there she is. Lisa. Lisa, please wake up. I can't lose you, or I'll have nothing left. Lisa, thank God you're awake. I'm so sorry. This was all my fault. You don't have to apologize for that. Or, who's saying that? Wait, okay, we're talking to Jail. Okay, so you don't have to apologize for that. You don't have to apologize for that, Jail. The girl in front of me smiled quietly. You just did what you thought was right. This was typo. You know that all... No, I know nothing. I'm sorry. I'll accept it if you hate me. Don't say that. I don't hate you. And I, to be honest, don't want to hurt you. What? Lisa, you... After all, we're best friends. Forever. Huh? What do you mean? Wait, what? Huh? I don't... What? What do you mean? Why are they disappearing the pixels? You know, I don't understand. I mean, she took out the knife and everything, and then she does... I said, like, I don't want to hurt you, but like... I don't know. I kind of don't get it. But like, you know, the idea is that she had the knife with her. It's funny because that's the only way to activate this route, which is actually kind of extensive, you know? Like, generally the maps are the same, but like, it's completely different context, and you get more description and all that, right? So it's very different. And more scenes as well. Also like a weird supernatural devil twist? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, Yandere murder, suicide plot twist. They'll like die together maybe. That's what I'm thinking, but like... I didn't really hear... When she stabbed her... Like, all I heard was like ripping sounds. So it wasn't like a... You know, like a... You know, the sound that you normally hear when you stab all the other students. So I'm not sure. Maybe it's left ambiguous. Especially because of the pixels, you know? So like, what do you mean? Did she like rip a hole in reality or something and escape the game? I don't know. That's what I was thinking, but like... I don't know, because otherwise it would be like... It would sound more wet, you know, and bloody is what I thought it would be. Like... And then... You know? But... I don't know. Maybe it is like a double murder-suicide. I don't know. Maybe that's actually the case. In which case, it really is just... You know, this game is a toxic Yuri in disguise. Where's the Yuri tag? It should be like a Yuri tag, you know? I swear. Because it's quite peak, you know? In that sense. But I do wonder, what exactly happened? I mean, I can start the game again, but I imagine... Yeah, nothing new, I'm assuming. I'm assuming that's it? It just ends there? Hello, Jail. I know your name now. Hey, the game's still, like, censoring it, though. Can I go in here? Whee! Whee! Hello? No, still a pool of blood. I was hoping the bunnies would come back and be like, hey, did you enjoy the DLC? You know, blah blah blah. I guess not. Never mind. Okay, nothing new. Alright. I'm assuming that's it. I don't know if there's anything else. Seems like there's only 2 endings for the DLC, so I think I'm pretty much done. So there you go. I think, oh, it's almost 5 hours. Okay, I'm gonna end it now. I was gonna like maybe like check out the forums maybe and see like maybe there's an explanation, but whatever. I think I'll just end it now. All right, so there you go. That's the entire game. The main game involving the freaking like murdering students a whole bunch, like 10 times in a row. I got all those endings and the achievements and the little Easter eggs and even the DLC, which you don't have to buy. But I think if you buy, you get like extra bonus stuff. But I ended up not buying it because of I ended up buying the main game, and then if I buy the DLC, it actually costs more to do that instead of just buying the full set. But anyway. But there you go. So basically what happens, I mean, I don't know if I need to summarize it necessarily, but basically, yeah, it's the girl from the previous game, Confess My Love. Turns out she was being bullied the whole time, and but then there's a twist where like she was being bullied because she has a lesbian. There's a lesbian that had a crush on her that also happened to be her best friend, and the freaking lesbian best friend made a deal of like an angel, like evil goddess of evil angel, that allowed her to like have 99 speech charisma and manipulate everyone else in the aftermath of the boy dying to like bully her and then isolate her from everybody else. I mean, kind of already knew this from the main game, but like, she did that so that she could get close to her so no one else would like take her away, essentially, right? Be dependent on her. But of course, I mean, depending on the ending, it kind of backfires. It doesn't really backfire. Rather, it gets really extreme, rather. It doesn't actually backfire. It actually works out for her either way, but like, it kind of like, drives her to like murder all the other students, and that makes her even more dependent on her as they somehow like clean up the bodies. How do they do that, by the way? I mean, maybe they go to like jail or something, but like maybe they go to jail together or something. I don't know, but either way, it's like very violent and everything, but it's like really like manipulative, like toxic Yuri, essentially. And of course, the DLC kind of explores a little bit more backstory of what, of her life and everything. Again, kind of just confirms, like, for the most part, what's happening in her life, like how she has a younger brother and everything, an abusive father, and how she's very depressed already, right? Because not just because of the bullying, but like just entire like life in general, right? She kind of has it hard, and so we kind of learn about that. And again, of course, the weird supernatural twists, which I don't love, because I feel like she didn't need superpowers, to like manipulate people. She could just do that normally. I don't know, but I guess she needed superpowers. And yeah, of course, the DLC endings are kind of like she either stays with her, I guess, as usual, very similar to the other endings, where, she just stays dependent on her friend, or I guess she takes out the knife and ambiguously stabs her and herself, maybe? I don't know. So I'm not sure about that last ending. I mean, maybe it is like Occam's razor, razor. Anyway, Occam's razor, is that the right word? Is Occam's razor the right terminology, by the way? Like the simplest explanation is the right one or something like that? I could be misremembering the term, but basically, yeah, maybe it's just that, Now I'm thinking it could have been maybe more, I don't know. Especially with the CG, where it looked like they were being deleted from the game or something, They're like being Thanos'd. I don't know why that happened, but anyway. But yeah, I think we're done with the game. And it was definitely interesting. I mean, overall, the one thing that I was afraid of is definitely the translation, and I feel like there was a bit of liberties taken, but I think it has been proofread like more than once at this point. So in the updated version of the game, it seems like overall, it's not too bad. Actually, it's pretty good. I would say, like actually, I expected worse actually, but actually it's not that bad for the most part, I would say. The only thing that's kind of weird is like the achievements, the Steam achievements are like not really translated very well, it's very confusing what they even mean in English. So I think that part kind of sucks because you kind of rely on the descriptions to figure out like how to do those secret Easter eggs. So, I think that's a little weird. And a few typos here and there. I do feel like it needs at least one more proofreading. But like this game's like from years ago, so I imagine the English translator probably doesn't want to go back to like do it again. But like, there's still a few little bit typos, but it's not the end of the world. I think overall I did enjoy my experience with the game, and the English translation. So, yeah. I mean, it basically has, as I said before, it has everything I liked. As Toxic Yuri, yanderes, anime girl with a knife stabbing everyone and getting blood on her. And, even the Yume Nikki-esque, like, surreal, like, metaphors, you know, essentially. Which is funny because depending on how you enter the mirror, you either get a very like dialogue-esque or dialogue-less. What's the word? You know, it has no dialogue. The first time I did it, you know, and it feel like really abstract and metaphorical, even artistic. But actually, if you do, when you go in the mirror with the knife, you actually get more of an explanation where like they explain a little bit too much, and it gets a little bit too, I guess, I don't know what the word is. Like it gets a little bit too much exposition, I guess, you know, where like, oh, this happened because of this, you know, and this happened because of that, you know, and it turns out there's a devil, and turns out she has superpowers, blah, blah, blah. You know, a little bit too much there, I feel like, ironically. You know, even though it's supposed to explain everything, I think it's a little bit on the nose. You know, I felt like a little bit more mystery would have been nice, which they kind of already did in the first version of the DLC, or at least the first version I found. But, you know, whatever. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, again, what else? Art is fine. I like it. I like the little artistic kind of like art direction where everything is kind of like black and white, you know, a little bit of color. I mean, only the DLC has color, I think. Well, other than the color red, I guess, in the blood, but you know, that's kind of cool. I mean, I don't know, it's like a pretty high quality overall, you know, and super cheap. I mean, it could have been just a free game, but $1, I mean, that's not much of an ass, I guess. So, I think for the quality of the price, I think is pretty good. You know, just a solid like little RPG Maker horror game that I got a lot more value, or I got a lot more value out of it than I thought. Because some people just play it for like an hour. I feel like I see on the reviews, like 1.9 hours, 2 hours. I play like 5 hours. Again, maybe because I read all dialogue. It doesn't have that much dialogue though. But you know. And maybe it's because, maybe it's because of the puzzles as well. Like it's kind of obscure sometimes, like what you're supposed to do. But anyway, I spent longer than most people, I feel like, just in general. I don't know. But yeah, I liked it. And I don't know if I'll play the other game. They have another game, but like it's not really related, and it's like I don't know if it's horror necessarily. I guess we'll see. But I think this probably be the last one I'll play from developer. But I like the little like series, the little mini series of their previous one, Confess My Love and Transparent Black. You know, I like how everything's kind of you know, loosely connected. But there you go. That's the game. What do I do now? Well, for now, it's been about 5 hours, almost 5 hours. I think I'll be ending the goddamn stream is what I'll be doing. So there you go. I'm just gonna do a little thing here. This little button. And let me just say, my usual schedule is Saturday and Sunday, noon Eastern time. And next week, well, I'll probably continue playing the roguelike deck builder game that I was playing yesterday, Alina of the Arena. Maybe one more time. I'll do it one more time just to see maybe if I can progress in hard mode. I don't know. And I guess some other games as well. I was thinking of playing some demos, but I guess we'll see. Within the week, maybe. I don't know if some other games get released. But yeah. I'll also probably, I mean, maybe I shouldn't say too early, but like I don't know, I'll just say I'll probably release that siblings English version game. You know, funnily enough, talking about this like English translation of this game made me think about my own English translation that I kind of did, and hasn't, it's not public yet, but like I kind of want to release that one soon too. I don't know, but I mean, I don't know if anyone's like, you know, cares. I keep saying that, you know, maybe I shouldn't say that, you know, it makes me sound negative, but I don't know if anyone cares about that, but I do. So it's like, you know, it's like a little project that I worked on, you know. But yeah, that's probably what I'll do, and I guess yeah, that'll be it for today's stream. You can't wait the backseat, you know, Alina of the Arena. I did get like a comment actually. Well, I don't know. I'll show it next time. But like, someone did actually backseat me. They left a YouTube comment and gave me a bunch of tips, like. And stuff like that. Some of it I agree with. Some of them are like, you know, basically I was just being inefficient. And I was like, like I think a final blow or something, like a card in that game, like they say it's like inefficient, shouldn't be using it. And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, nah, I'll just use it anyway because I like the card. Anyway, you know, even if you backseat me, it doesn't guarantee that I'll listen. Anyway, but yeah. That was for today's stream. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, maybe I don't know if I should mention this or not, but like, you know, if you happen to be watching the VOD at the very end here, by the way, be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. You know, just do that. I feel like it's what every YouTuber thing, or what do you call it, like every YouTuber school, you know, or advice they always give you, be like, you know, always make sure you have a call to action at the end of the video or something. So like tell people to subscribe to a YouTube channel because they're stupid, they don't know how to press subscribe, I guess, with their mouse or something, I don't know. So I guess you just have to say it. I don't know, maybe it's obvious, but like, yeah, so subscribe to my YouTube channel. I stream live, and follow my other things, you know. It's just SighingSlider. Just search my name on Google. I don't know, man. Just do the things. Anyway. Oh, that was you, really? Oh, I didn't recognize your name, actually. That was you. Okay. Okay, I mean, that's fine. I mean, I was open to it. I was open to backseating, actually. I don't mind it. At least for that kind of game, you know, when there's a lot of, like, things going on. The only time I don't like backseating is when it's, like... I don't know, when you are, like, commanding someone to do something, especially when it's, like a very simple puzzle, like a story game or something, you know, like you pick this option, you know, even though that kind of backseating I don't love. But when it's like a complicated math game, you know, then I feel like you can be more open to that. Anyway, but yeah, I'm trying to end the stream for like 10 minutes. Let's end the stream. All right, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.